What's up, dudes and dudettes? How's it going? Good morning, and welcome to a brand new stream. And welcome to Tales of Berseria. See, I got this game when it came out, and I started to play it on YouTube back then, and then I ran into like a hiccup where my PC could not handle some towns for some reason. But now we're way past that. We're starting all the way over. I don't really remember much of anything. But we're not going to watch the game's intro, because that's pretty spoilery. Hold on. Whatever reason, I wasn't being captured. I remember the game's intro being pretty spoilery, so we're not gonna watch that. Okay, so I need to capture. Okay, never mind. There we go. Yeah, the game's animated intro sequence has a bunch of spoilers in it, so I'm not gonna watch it. But I deleted all my old saves, so we're starting fresh. I've been wanting to play this game for a while, ever since I played it back then. Yo, what's up, Sir Scout? What's up? Okay, everything seems to be good. Just running on normal for now, because we're just doing a casual playthrough. It's a hell of a way to start it off.
They're already demons. You hide here, Velvet. I'm going back to help Celica.
I'm so scared. Arthur, please.
You'll be just fine with these. Celica enchanted them herself. They'll give you the courage you need to survive.
They will?
Tales games are good.
Sure they will. Now, have I ever lied to you? I'll come back for you once Celica is safe. It's scary, but don't give in to fear. Don't despair, no matter what.
I won't. I promise. After all, I'm Laffy's older sister, and you're a student.
They're usually all self-contained too, so really good RPG series. Jeez, man. Look at how intense this opening was. Holy crap.
Arthur, help us!
This game's opening was intense. Holy crap. I've forgotten. Oh shit.
On that day, the world began to change. Men and beasts possessed by evil spirits, hunting and killing anyone they could. But even in the depths of despair, only two things matter to me. The taste of blood-soaked flesh, and revenge upon one man.
Yeah, Vesperia was great. I've never beaten this one either.
Luffy, time to wake up. Okay. Morning. I told you to stop calling me Luffy. I'm not a little kid anymore. Grumble, grumble, huh? You must be feeling good. Bit of a fever, I'm afraid. At least the new medicine's supposed to come today. Until then, you stay in bed, got it? What? Aw, but I wanted to go to the Cape. Sorry, you'll have to wait. Can I at least read a book?
Don't trouble your sister, Laphicet.
I didn't mean to.
Doing good.
Arthur, done chopping firewood?
Yeah, enough to last through winter. But there's something else I need to take care of. Sorry, but medicine money will have to wait a bit.
I can earn it myself then. Bring down a few prickle boars, and I'll have plenty to offer in trade.
On your own?
Arthur's first maxim. Plans must be solid and reactions flexible.
All right. I shouldn't doubt my students' abilities. Sorry to put you in a spot.
I'm sorry, Velvet. Whoa, hey! What's everyone apologizing for? We're a family, right?
Right. I'll see you later.
I whipped up some porridge for you, okay? Be back by evening. Thank you. Be careful, Velvet.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over the cutscenes, but I'm doing good, man. How you doing, Seth? I mean, Sammy, my bad. I can't read. I just woke up. Sorry. I'm stupid. I literally just woke up. Just took a shower a while ago, and... How you doing, Sammy? Yeah, I played this once back when it came out on YouTube. But then my PC hit a snag, even though it was pretty much powerful enough to run the game. But in like a certain area of the game, the frame rate just like tanked for like no reason, and I couldn't fix it. But this is on my new PC, and it's completely fine, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Showing my current surroundings. So I've pretty much forgotten everything about this game. It doesn't look that much like Samus. Okay, Right button to do this.
If I'm on the hunt for prickle boars, I'd better try the tranquil woods outside of town. This is for Laufey's medicine, so I can't miss it.
Nice. But I do agree, Tales of Vesperia was amazing. I love that game. That game was so fun. I did a full playthrough of that on Twitch.
Ever since the opening 7 years ago, this world's really gone crazy. Famine, freezing weather, and worst of all, this demon blight that's turning people into monsters.
I can't believe that people can really turn into those things. It's a nightmare.
Does no one know what causes demon blight? Or how to heal it?
No. What we do know is that when people turn into those monsters, I mean, demons, they gain incredible strength and attack humans on sight.
Whoever named it the opening named it right. It's like someone opened a portal directly to hell.
Come to think of it, Celica died during the opening, didn't she? It might be a good thing she died when she did. She didn't have to suffer through all of this.
It's good that my sister died? How can you say that?
Ouch.
Sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
You're a real idiot, you know that? Sorry about him, Velvet.
Come to think of it, Arthur hasn't requested his favorite dinner in a while. There's been so much going on, and the village always has him out hunting. Maybe he's just worn out? That does it. I'll cook him up some prickle boar stew, just like Celica taught me. That ought to pick him right up. A healthy portion of nourishing meat cures fevers and weariness alike.
Oh wow, the skits in this game are nice. So, apple gel, world map, equipment, blood blade, sturdy belt, garment, paddle boots. Oh, I have all these arts already. Holy crap, okay. Yeah, I have Zestiria. I didn't really play it much. Yeah.
Hey, Velvet. Is Laphicet feeling better?
No, not yet. He needs a little more rest, I think.
Aw, too bad. Tell him I'm looking forward to hunting beetles with him again when he's better.
Right, got it.
Laphicet's illness sure is persistent.
Yeah, that fever still keeps coming back, like clockwork. The medicine always helps a little bit, but still.
That sounds terrible. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Thanks, but we'll be fine. At least we've got Arthur to take care of anything that needs muscle. And before he came, Celica raised me and Laufey all by herself. So now I have to do my best too.
You sound just like your sister. That optimism must run in the family.
I do? That's nice of you to say.
This was a PS4 game, so it looks really pretty still.
I should probably stock up on a few things before I go into the forest. I don't have a lot of money to spare, but like Arthur always says, battles are won and lost with the preparations made before the first strike.
Hey Des, what's up, buddy? Save point? It's been using that same save sound since Tales of Symphonia, which I find amusing.
I saw a group of dozens of demons real close to town. If they attack, we're done for. I think we should run now while we can.
Run? To where?
There are demons everywhere in Midgand.
We have nothing to worry about. My brother Arthur can protect the ball.
Arthur, huh? They say he used to be one of those exorcists who could control Malachim.
And only exorcists can defeat demons. Yeah, we've all heard the fairy tales. So have all the swindlers who pose as exorcists to con honest folk out of their gold.
Hey! Arthur isn't like that.
If he was a real exorcist, why didn't he protect Celica when the demons attacked?
That's because Luffy and I, we...
Besides, Arthur is just an outsider who drifted into our village one day. We don't know anything about his past.
Then you must think we're outsiders too. Our parents weren't from here either.
Back to business. We need to deal with these demons.
You're right. We've got to defend our village ourselves. That's what it comes down to. Save the dreaming about exorcists and Malachim for when we're asleep.
Wow, rude. You mean like a fighting game? That'd be interesting. Big thing. Oh, the cell shaded style? I mean, that wouldn't be too bad. I mean, these are technically cell shaded graphics, but not to the extent of like those games are. It's very, very light cell shading. This is what it seems. But they're using Unreal Engine 4 for those games. This doesn't run on Unreal Engine. Granted, it could benefit from it. Right, so I can't go out? Frame pacer is kind of weird. It's running at 60 frames, but dude, it feels kind of, yeah. There's a fix for that, though. Guess I can't go out this way. Oh, fair enough. I feel you.
The demon blight is a punishment sent to us by the Empyreans for forgetting the old prayers.
Who are the Empyreans?
The 4 Empyreans created the world. The one Empyrean shall bring it to peace. Be afraid. When contradiction permeates this world, the time of suppression will be upon us.
Are you okay? Want me to take you home?
No! Don't treat me like a child!
All right then.
Oh, it's you, Velvet. If you're going to the Cape, take care.
Don't fall into the Shrine of Tranquility, right? I know. I'm not a kid.
Of course, of course. You're 13 now, aren't you?
I'm 16.
I could have sworn she was older. Go figure. She looks like a 20-year-old.
This area looks promising. There! Prickle Boar!
Combo attacks can be performed based on the number of souls each character currently possesses. So wait. Oh, this X. Alright.
Right, here goes! Is that all?
She uses her feet more than she uses her hand. Like, she kicks way more than using the blade that's on her arm. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's how it's done. The cold weather's been terrible on everyone's crops, but at least the city will buy our prickle-boar meat now. Luffy and Arthur have been hoping the village could start raising them, but they can just be so temperamental. I wonder if they could be bred with more docile pigs. What would we call them? Oinkle-boars? Nah, doesn't sound appetizing. What about Piggleboar? Yeah, Piggleboar! That's a cute name. Maybe too cute, though. We wouldn't want to discourage people from eating them.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think so. Yeah, she's kicking way more than I thought she was going to. That's how we defend, alright.
Right, here goes! Arthur's second maxim. Know your foes and strike where they're weak.
Oh, she's got blades on her feet. Holy crap.
Not bad.
Yeah, her boots just like bring out blades. Yeesh, I'm probably going to need to install that fix to fix the frame pacer, because that is pretty rough.
Right, here goes!
See, it feels like it's dropping frames, but it's not.
Not bad. This should be enough to cover the medicine. I'd better bring these to the store.
It's like it feels like the game is totally dropping frames, but it's totally not dropping frames, but It's like, what in the world? It wouldn't take me long to install the fix, though. And get it running better. No, I'll just do that real fast. I'll go save, and then we'll install the fix real quick. And then we'll just jump right back in. So I don't know if you guys can notice it too. But yeah, this is running at 60 frames, but that doesn't feel like 60 frames. Granted, I'm on a 144 hertz monitor, but that just shouldn't make any difference right now. I already had the fix downloaded, so give me 1 second. I don't remember how to click back to the title screen, but give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to install this real fast.
Please stand by.
Now that should fix the frame pacing issue. Oh, that's already noticeably better. Look at that. Look how much cleaner that is. That's already noticeably better. Try it out in the fight.
Right, here goes!
Yeah, that's already better.
Not bad.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's like going all over the place. This is good. Wait, hold on. There's a thing over here.
This place isn't safe. That hole's gotten bigger. I've told them 1,000 times they ought to build a fence, but they keep saying it's forbidden land. Even Celica used to scare me with it. She was always, "This is a gateway to the underworld." Well, I'm too old to keep falling for that nonsense.
I really like these skits, though. I really like how they're animated in this. Granted, I still notice it slightly. But it's not like it was. Oh, that's different. We got a rock in our way here. Or maybe it wasn't different. Maybe we didn't come that way? No, did we come this way? I don't think... No, we didn't come this way.
Right, here goes! Is that all?
This uses a small value as medicine. Well, apple gels heal us, but
Wait, the boars I hunted. Are you there? Maxim 3. Never waver once your sword is drawn. Control your feelings to control the tide of battle.
oh snap! Let's go. Oh, hidden arts focus on damage and attack range, but use more aggressive. Searing edge is effective against beasts, gaining advantage by playing the initiative.
Right, here goes!
Oh, okay.
This is for Luffy! That's it!
So that's when she uses her blade for that. Searing.
I did it!
Cirrus!
An exorcist art!
Pride and anxiety, pity for the enemy, thrill of victory. Your emotions run too hot. That will be your downfall. Agreed. It's one of her virtues as well.
Huh?
Yes, I know. But even so, she's got to...
Arthur?
Arthur's fourth maxim. Never let your guard down, even when victorious.
Got it.
In any case, this should be enough to buy Laphicette's medicine. I'll drop the prickle boars off at the shop before I head out.
Head out where?
The person I was supposed to meet is late. I don't think I'll be home tonight. I came out here to let you know. You'll have to pick up the medicine yourself.
Right.
One more thing. I saw a group of demons near the village. If you're attacked, run away. Am I clear?
No way! I can handle a bunch of...
Demons can only be challenged by those with the talent for exorcism. That's the cold logic of the world, and no emotions can change it.
Do you think I could become an exorcist?
Why is it you think that birds fly?
Why? Well, without flying, they couldn't find food.
It takes a particular innate talent to be an exorcist. Unfortunately, very few humans have it within themselves.
All right.
Tomorrow is Celica's Memorial Day. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Hurry back! I'll make you a quiche, just the way she taught me.
Hey, level up. Nice. Okay, so we've determined that her boots contain blades, and then her other arts use the blade on her arm. Okay. Makes sense. She's like reverse Bayonetta, just without guns on her feet. She's got swords on her feet. There you go.
Nico, here for groceries?
Yep. And you must have been out hunting.
Yeah, it was a good haul.
Look at you, Lady Breadwinner. If you were a boy, I think I'd be in love.
Good thing I'm a girl.
Oh, yeah? You ought to do something about your style, then.
Yeah. I kind of broke my comb.
So get a new one.
Sure, I'd like to, but...
Hey, mister! How about a sale on combs for the pretty girl?
Huh? Oh, you two need something?
I'm fine, Nico. I'm just here to pick up medicine for Laphicet.
Oh, Velvet. I already told Arthur, but I'm afraid the medicine hasn't come in yet.
What? Why not? Is it because of the demons?
Seems like the demon blight's really taking a toll on the city. There's even a group of them lurking around here now.
When's it coming, then?
I can't say. And I don't know how much it will cost.
Oh, no.
Ugh, what is wrong with Midgand? I mean, don't they have an army or something?
Those guys? The demons already routed them a while back.
But we're safe here, right? After all, your brother-in-law's an exorcist.
You so sure about that? Arthur can't even use his right hand anymore. Poor fellow couldn't even protect his own wife and child.
Let me know when the medicine gets in.
Of course. For now, here, on the house.
Oof.
Velvet! You didn't forget, did you? You promised to teach me how to make your special quiche.
You mean for that apprentice animal doctor you had your eye on? You were serious?
Beyond serious. Please. This is life or death for me.
But I thought your folks weren't keen on the two of you dating.
Who cares what people think? The important thing is my feelings.
I like the way you talk. If I were a boy, I think I'd be in love.
Darn right.
What's up, Running Wild? How you doing, buddy?
Luffy must be starving by now. I'd better hurry home. Orthe and Russ seem pretty down today.
I know. They've been whimpering like this for an hour now.
Well, they've always been a bit wimpy. The other day, that kitty Rollo chased both of them up a tree by himself.
They're hopeless. Whenever it's thundering out, they both dive into my bed, shivering.
Orthe, Russ, shape up. You're Nico's bodyguards, right? Start acting like it. They're completely hopeless.
Maybe. But they're so cute, so I forgive them. Celica taught you how to make your special quiches, right, Velvet?
Yeah, but mine aren't nearly as good as hers.
Don't be modest. They're fantastic. Simple, yet elegant.
That's because there's a secret in the cheese on the dough.
You should try selling them in Taliesin. I'm sure they'd be a hit. We could make them together and take them on the road. We could even wear matching uniforms.
Sounds
Would
like...
it make more money than hunting fricklebores?
Definitely, maybe. Even more so if you could lighten up a bit in front of the customers.
Then it might be worth a try. I do want to buy Laffy a nice heavy winter coat. And Arthur's gloves are in tatters, so he needs new ones.
Oh, don't be so boring. I get where you're coming from, but come on. Think big. Dream, Velvet. Dream.
Think big? No thanks. I want a peaceful life with Laffy and Arthur. That's all.
You're impossible. Then again, maybe that's why your quiches taste so darn good.
She sounds like Aaron Fitzgerald voicing Nico. Because I can't help but hear Chie in that voice. I'm just waiting for her to bust out with flying, like, you know, like Trial the Dragon or whatever. I'm hearing Chie in that voice. I wonder if that's actually Aaron Fitzgerald voicing Nico. Hello, treasure chest. Hey, apple gel. Speaking of, for those who don't know, Persona 4 Golden is on Steam. So go get it. I have played a bit of Persona 4 before on the PS3. But I've never beaten it, so I do want to stream it eventually. So that'll be fun. Yeah, dude, Persona 4 is a great game. It's only $20. So, get it. Where the hell is Velvet's house at? Sit back here. Yeah, it's back here. Yo, nice. You are a good dude. Is that a Battletoads emote? Or what emote is that?
Hi, Celica. I'm back. I can't believe it's been 7 years since we lost you. And the baby you carried. Oh, drat. I forgot to bring your princessias. I know how much you, Mom, and Dad all loved those flowers. And I know your child would have too. I'm sorry. I'll pick some from the Cape tomorrow.
Yeah, that emote reminded me of the Battletoads Arcade Extra Life icon. Like, I just instantly thought of Battletoads Arcade because of the way it's shaped. Well, is it not pointy enough? It needs more pointy chin? Like a razor's edge?
Welcome home, Velvet. Luffy, I told you to stay in bed. I was only up for a little. Look, your fever hasn't gone down a bit. Go lie down and I'll cook dinner. I'm sorry. What's this? A compass. It uses a magnet to tell you which way you're facing. Woohoo! You can use the sun and stars for that. And what'll you do if it's cloudy, huh? Thanks to this invention, we'll even be able to voyage across the ocean. See? It's designed to stay level, so your heading will be true even when the ship is rolling with the waves. Pretty neat, right? If you say so, Luffy. Come on, it's a must-have for any adventure. Can't you see how useful it is? You can tell me more about it later.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Did they hurt you? Not a scratch, and I brought back plenty. I can hear Arthur already.
Gosh, Velvet, I think it's time you learned all my secret arts.
He isn't coming home tonight, is he? How do you know that? Sarah stopped by and told me.
Arthur's Moloch? Huh, you really can talk to Malakim, can't you?
Yeah, Arthur says I've got exorcist potential.
No kidding. I think you'll be an exorcist to rival even him. I can tell you've been learning all sorts of things from his book collection.
I really want to become an exorcist. I want to go traveling with you and see all the wonders of the world. I'll hunt and chop firewood, and if demons come for us, I'll defend you. I wish I could do that.
You'll get there, Laphicet. It should only take... 20 years tops.
20 years.
It won't take me that long.
Oh yeah? You better prove it to me then. Start with this lovely meatball stew I cooked. Eat every last mouthful, even if you don't feel hungry. And take your medicine, no matter how nasty it tastes. No tricks. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Velvet's voice
Right.
actress?
Cooking time. First, I need to light the stove.
Her voice actress, I think, is Wendy Lee. Sounds very familiar.
It's so easy to light Arthur's firewood. I wonder what his trick is.
Velvet? Could you not put any spinach in the stew?
Huh. You'll never grow up if you're picky with your food, you know.
I know, but just for today?
Fine, fine. I'll leave out the spinach just this once. And I'll make it that curry flavor you like.
Really? Thanks, Velvet.
There's some of Arthur's special curry spice upstairs, isn't there?
The day before Scarlet Night, Sis went prickle boar hunting on her own. She's almost as good a fighter as Arthur, so I know those prickle boars don't stand a chance. But I worry that she's too athletic to land a husband.
Oof.
Maybe she should try to be more ladylike.
Little scamp. He just knew I'd be reading this, didn't he?
Oof. Got her. Jeez.
There you go. Not spicy hot, but oh so delicious. Oh yeah, I saw Nico today, and she had very important things to talk about. She's coming over in the next couple days, so be on your best behavior.
I will. I'm glad you've got a good friend.
Yeah, we've known each other since forever. Still, Nico falling in love? I can barely wrap my head around it. Laffy, you know, if there's a girl you like, you'll tell Big Sister all about it, right?
Girl?
You're a stubborn little brat, so you might need an older girl to keep you under control. Oh, and she's gotta be a good cook. A pro in the kitchen is a success at life.
Knock it off, Velvet! You should be more worried about your own love life.
Me? I've got enough on my mind.
Got him.
For one thing, I've got to cook for you and Arthur since Celica is gone. Besides, getting crushes on strange men? I just don't see what's so... Luffy, what's wrong?
Potato. I swear the animation in those little skits are so good.
Are you alright? I'll bring you some water.
I'm fine. You just said something funny is all, and it made me choke a bit.
As long as you're okay. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there.
Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah, but what more can I do? I've got a duty to look after my little brother, and I'm serious about it.
I know, but I'm trying to look after you too. I want you to be happy. That's all. And it's not just me. Arthur worries about you too.
Well, we're family, right?
Yeah, that's what families do.
Thanks, Laffy. For you, I'd kill every last prickle boar in the forest if it came down to it.
Damn.
What am I doing? I need to hurry and get dinner ready. Isn't this Arthur's book? Is Laffy really reading stuff this dense? Poor kid's gonna squint his eyes right out. Good boy. You didn't forget your medicine.
Well, I did promise. Tomorrow's a scarlet night.
Yeah, just like that night that changed our lives.
Velvet, may I sleep next to you tonight?
Of course.
Okay then.
Okay, let's see. Today, I've got to dry some meat and use that cheese I've been saving to make a quiche for... Luffy? You little... Where have you gone?
He's missing.
You better not have gone to the village alone. I bet your fever hasn't even gone down.
He's missing.
Hey, has Laffy been here?
No. I haven't seen him.
Wait, that's one of Arthur's.
Actually, it's a copy that Laphicet made. A smart merchant would pay a pretty penny for this book. I gave him a fair trade.
Laffy, did he really copy all that by hand? Oh, he must have done it to buy that compass.
No, though he gave it some puppy eyes. Told him I'd throw it in for free, but he said that it would be a bad deal for me. He's a good lad, but not the merchant type.
So, what did he use the money for?
I'm afraid my lips are sealed. You'll have to ask him.
Hey, Sir Kragus, what's up, buddy?
Velvet, I saw Laphicet walking around. Is he okay?
He's not okay. Where'd you see him?
He was headed for the forest. I'll help you look for him.
Thanks. Do a sweep of the village, just in case. I'll check the forest.
I was going to have them join the search, but they won't move at all. It's like they're scared of something.
I know. He might have gone to the Cape to pick flowers.
I have a feeling it's about, like, shit's about to hit the fan now.
Have you seen Laphicet?
Nope. Can't say that I have.
All right. Let me know the second you see him.
Got it. Is he in bad shape?
Well, he refuses to stay in bed. He needs his rest, but he's always walking around or reading outside.
I can't say I'm surprised. He's always been a curious lad. He likes reading difficult books. When I saw him the other day, he told me all about the latest navigation techniques and exotic farming methods, too. Only one kid in a million is as smart as he is.
You're exaggerating. Well, maybe not.
It's a shame. If he could go to school in the capital, I'm sure he'd make a name for himself as a scholar.
The capital? Isn't that days and days by ship from Taliesin? No way. Not happening. Even if he gets better, I could never let him go that far away all by himself.
He can handle it. He's actually a very responsible boy. I don't think you need to worry.
I couldn't handle it. I would worry. And be lonely.
Nice. Hope you're enjoying it.
Hey, Velvet, did you hear the news? Tonight is going to be another Scarlet Night.
I remember the moon turned red 7 years ago. But what is it anyway?
It's a red lunar eclipse. It happens every several years or so. Apparently, you can predict the next one by watching the movements of the stars. According to legend, a crimson moon is a gate that connects our world to the next. It's also said to be proof of humanity's sins.
You sure know a lot about it.
Laphicet taught me, just a few minutes ago.
You saw Laffy? Where'd he go?
Actually, I don't know. Sorry.
Aww.
Wow, that got dark real fast. That got real dark real quick.
Not bad. Fluffy!
Oh, there he is.
Velvet,
Can you walk? How's your fever?
I'm fine. I was just taking a break.
Oh, you little... You know better than this, Laphicet. Running off without telling me. What if something happened to you? You wouldn't be the only one hurt. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry.
If you want to do something, just ask. I know I'm a crummy big sister, and I can't afford to buy you all the things you want.
No, that's not why I went out. You see, it was just...
I get it. You're right. I forgot the flowers for the graves.
Yeah, so I was going out to the Cape, and I thought...
You want to see the ocean too, don't you?
Well, yeah, that too.
Fine. Just for today, though.
Are you sure?
I am. But next time you run off like that, I'm strapping you to your bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Jeez.
Good. It's off to the Cape, then.
Hooray!
Remember how we went out together to pick princessias on the morning of Celica's funeral?
Yeah. I was only 4, but I remember. We couldn't find any in the village or at the Cape.
Right. Because the demons had made a mess of them. And then you suddenly started climbing down the edge of the cliff.
You ran over and grabbed me. You had the scariest look on your face.
Of course I did. Do you have any idea what I'd do if I lost you too?
You'd still have Arthur. He'd help you. He'll help the world. He's quite the guy.
That's probably true. But I'd still miss you like you wouldn't believe.
I know. I'm sorry, sis.
But down the cliff from where you were, a lone pair of princessia were blooming.
I remember. A gentle breeze came in, and it smelled like Celica.
That's right. That's why I believe those flowers were a message from her. Do you know what princessia flowers signify?
An irreplaceable treasure, and wishes for good health for many years to come.
Right. And that sums up my feelings nicely, Laufey.
Yeah. Me too, sis.
Aw, touching moment. So he's just kind of tagging along. He's not really a party member, so that's fine. Well, I don't expect him really to fight, so...
Right, here goes!
Not bad.
Got him!
Right, here goes!
Not bad.
Not bad. I mean, yeah, when your blade just shoots out fire, I think it's pretty nice.
Just look at all these. This place never changes, does it?
It does too change. The seasons, the wind, the weather. Change one and the sea's totally different. And the same goes for what lies across the sea.
Across the sea? Sometimes I just don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Velvet. Thank you for taking me out here today.
You don't need to thank me. Hey, Laufey. Do you know why it is that birds fly?
Well, if they didn't, they couldn't catch food or escape from predators.
Thought so.
But you know, I think there's more to it than that. A bird that's born with wings has to...
A demon!
Uh-oh.
Laufey said, run! No matter how much it hurts, run!
Velvet!
Don't be scared. You can do it. You're going to be strong, like Arthur.
No, you can't!
Go! Why is a demon here?
I don't want to go alone!
You have to! Don't let your feelings get in the way, or that thing will kill you too! But please, go!
No damage.
It's just like Arthur said. But I have to do this!
Oh, ow.
Stop! Face me, demon!
Got him. Ow.
Velvet.
He got her the comb.
Is this why?
He got her the comb. Aw.
How did I get home?
Velvet!
Luffy, you're all right.
Sorry. It's all my fault.
No, if you weren't there, there's no telling what might have happened to me.
Musical poop farts. What's up, buddy? Yes. Sometimes.
Your old one broke, right? You've got beautiful hair. It would be a waste if you didn't take care of it.
Aw, brother and sister.
I'll make a new world. A world where my sister can be happy.
How you doing, Lemington? It's good to see you, my friend.
The Scarlet Knight? What's going on? Was it all a dream? No, it wasn't!
Uh-oh. We got Laphicet's comb. Uh-oh.
No! What's happening?
He used Fire Punch. I tried, didn't work.
Fluffy! Where are you?
Yeah, now it's going down.
What on earth is going on? This is no time to be scared. I have to find Luffy.
Oh man, everybody got wrecked. Oh man.
No. The village.
Wow, that got dark real fast. Everybody's dead. Jesus, dude.
Don't give up. Never give up.
Uh-oh.
Luffy! Arthur! Velvet!
You.
Oh, thank goodness. You kept Luffy safe, didn't you, Arthur?
One more sentiment to cast off.
Velvet, run! Arthur!
Uh-oh.
Here, once, was the seal to the underworld broken. And tonight, here shall be born the power to save the world. With Locus's life as a sacrifice.
What?
What? What are you saying?
Oh boy. Yeah, that got real dark.
Arthur, no!
Whoa. Jesus, dude. I don't know. I don't remember. Holy crap.
Let him go. This is an offering to the world.
Why would you?
Nothing can save him now.
No, no, no!
I see you will not change. Ever a slave to emotion.
Holy shit. That got so dark. Oh, look at her arm. Hey, Thorax, what's up, man? Oh boy.
A demon that feeds on demons.
Arthur.
A Therian.
Why did you kill him? His blood on your hands! Answer me! Answer me! Why? He was my brother! My Lothi! What did he ever do? Get out of my way!
Holy crap.
Take a look around.
Oh no.
Demon blight has spread through the village. But do not fear. With my power as an exorcist, I, Artorius Colbrand, will end your pain.
Oh.
Ceres.
Why is it that birds fly? Behold my answer. Velvet.
Arthur.
I ask no forgiveness. The sin is mine to bear.
Artorius!
Jesus, dude.
I will make you pay.
That took a turn. Oh yeah, I know a lot of the Tales games are pretty dark, but this one's probably might be the darkest one I think I've played so far. Higher difficulties offer benefits such as improved item drops from enemies. Interesting. They just want you to, like...
So did my world come to an end.
Her voice is different.
And for 3 long years, I sat in that pit of darkness and fed.
So she's 19 now.
Devouring demons. So I could live. So I could live long enough to kill him. And be my brother's vengeance.
Her voice is so different now. That sounds in Quake, by the way. That chirping sound. That's in Quake. Look at her in her fancy mask. Jesus.
Where is he? First, there will be a test. It will decide if you are worth teaching.
Burning Wing!
How could this happen?
So I'm doing a sidestep.
Burning Wing! Burn like the sun!
Oh, I see.
Photon Blade!
How could this happen?
But I am sidestepping.
Burning Wing!
I'm doing what it says. Why is it not? There we go.
Here I come! But you are not. I will kill you. Ready yourself. Here I go! Don't worry! Down!
I have no access to anything.
Why are you holding back?
You noticed. Well done. You pass.
Of course. His Moloch would never be so weak as that.
I am his Moloch no longer. First, let me tell you what has transpired these past 3 years. There are exorcists now throughout the land, challenging the reign of demons with the help of...
Tell me. Tell me where Artorias is.
You may find him in the capital city of Logris in Midgand. You won't stop to listen. I can tell you what it was you saw that night. That night, the ritual he performed shifted the very course of the world. A host of Malachim descended, and with their strength, the emergent exorcists quelled the demon tide. Now, he serves as leader of the Exorcists' Abbey, an institution that enjoys the unconditional faith of the kingdom and public. A shield to guard the people and a sword against demons, Artorias Colbrand, the world's savior.
With power stolen by sacrificing Laphicet.
Indeed. But his power is not yet absolute. The man can still be killed.
Why are you doing this?
Make a successful escape from this place, and I'll explain.
Escape? So that's your game. Fine. I don't care what the world thinks of me. What matters is my vengeance against Artorias. That's all.
I have shattered your yoke. We must hurry.
Do you not have a clothes beam like Piccolo does? So kick, vicious stabbing. Yeah, this track is good. That goes so fast, I couldn't even see what I
You
grabbed.
will need equipment. There are weapons in the room ahead.
Wow, $80, 88 bucks a DLC. I know I have some of it. It's just custom DLC though. Hey, what? So all the DLC in Zestiria is just costumes, kind of like this one is.
No one raised the alarm.
I can see that.
Take what you need from here. It looks like they kept prisoners' effects in here.
Rope. This will be useful. Quite a blade.
I know that sword. Stormhowl. What is it doing here?
Well, it's too big for me.
You're not taking it? It's a celebrated masterpiece.
And if I can't use it, it's worthless.
So that's why her outfit looks like that. It's a mishmash of things.
All right.
Are you ready then?
What's going on here?
Be careful. He's no ordinary soldier. He's an exorcist. Just orderly.
Burning wing! Down! Burning wing! Speed drive!
He
I like
didn't
her.
even flinch.
I already told you. I am his Moloch no longer.
I want to see her without the mask, though.
Is there a ship waiting?
So you already know we're on an island.
Yes. I've learned that this is a prison island for violent criminals, and that there are scores of demons locked away here. Demons say lots of things when they don't want you to eat them.
The prison has docks at both the front and rear entrances. Our ship is on the back side.
Got it. The back docks.
So she's not a party member, but she's a party member. Okay. All these titles that I have, but don't have. I kind of dig the ponytail. You can put her in these? Yo. That looks better.
What is this thing?
That's a special mass of mana. Think of them as the souls belonging to a family of Malachim. They appeared all over after the Advent 3 years ago.
Another after effect of the Advent.
If you collect enough of them, you might be able to solicit the cooperation of a Moloch family.
And I'm supposed to take your word for it?
I'm not forcing you to do anything. Whether you collect them or not is up to you.
I might as well pick them up. I'll use every tool at my disposal.
Indeed. You'll have to if you want your revenge.
The animation is so good, though. Oh, maybe I'll go back to her original outfit, the current one. I mean, I like this one too, but this one actually kind of explains what's going on with her. And Motoi Sakuraba, I believe I said his name right, I hope I did. The composer for this game, as well as all the other Tales game, knocks it out of the park again with this music.
Guards coming. 2 of them.
This way.
Did you hear? The path around the island is off limits now. They say the ground's weak and could collapse.
The path that goes under the watchtower? That's alright. Nobody uses it anyway.
True, but it was a nice shortcut to the docks.
A shortcut to the docks. Under the watchtower.
A number of guards have gone missing. It would seem we have intruders on the island. All exorcists break into 2 groups and converge at the front and rear gates.
Understood. No one will get past us.
You say that.
Stay sharp. The threat could be serious.
Yes, sir.
This isn't going to be easy.
Then we'll need reinforcements of our own. Where are the cells?
They should be on this floor. You plan on involving the other prisoners?
I'll use any tool I have at my disposal.
Super Serial Velvet, man. I just love how this song is. It's so good.
Who in the blazes are you?
Here I come! I'm like the sun! Is that all you got?
Oh, you can actually see their HP. Spear Orderly Person. Great name.
I'll cut down anyone in my way.
I was healing while attacking. I just noticed that.
Listen up! I'm opening every door to every cell. We're getting off this island.
What the hell? You serious?
Split into 2 groups and rush the front and rear gates. Break through the gates and you'll have a ship.
But aren't they guarded by exorcists? I mean, that pirate Von Eyfried's the only one who's ever broken out of here.
And he didn't pull it off just by himself. He was hauled out by some old exorcist named Melchior or something.
Von Eyfried? And Melchior.
Chrono Trigger?
I won't force you. You want to rot in here? Then rot.
I'm with you. Anything's better than another day in this rat
Let's do
hole.
it. I'm going home to my family.
Me too!
Yeah!
Let me out,
Rogues
girl!
like us are always
I'm
up for a
sick of the
gamble.
slop they feed us!
Ceres.
Let's go! We'll murder those exorcists!
Open all the doors!
That ought to draw the attention of the guards. In the meantime, we'll search for that watchtower. From there, we can follow the outer path down to the docks.
So you're leaving them all to their fates?
I told you, we'll use any tool I need.
Damn. Melvin not playing around. I stay here. Figure it out.
You're not going to escape?
Don't underestimate the exorcists. They're all gonna die like dogs. Or goblins.
This abbey that's in charge of this place. They're that amazing?
Amazing doesn't even begin to cover it. The exorcists of the abbey joined forces with the kingdom of Midgand. And they've got the whole world in their pocket. They're merciless. They hunt down any human who becomes a demon. Going against them means taking on the whole world.
And I bet I know who's at the top.
Those who get captured and sent here are the lucky ones. We may be monsters, but at least we have our lives.
Sure, until they get fed to me. Thanks for the info.
Even if you manage to escape this place, thousands of exorcists controlling powerful Malachim will be out there waiting for you. There's nowhere for you to run. Nowhere.
I'm not going to run. I'll gladly die, as long as I take Artorias with me.
Until they feed them to her. It's pretty rough. So they still retain their human consciousness? Is that what I'm gathering from that? Even though they're demons, but they were once human, obviously. But they still retain their human consciousness? Is that what I'm getting from that? I think it is.
Dear me, not a word of apology?
Hello?
What is wrong with you people? There I was, sleeping like a sweet babe, when suddenly... From paradise down to hell!
No worse, a grimy prison cell!
You see why I'm not feeling well.
And you are?
Hooray! You asked! I'm thrilled to introduce to you the wise sorceress who travels the 11 seas, who scoffs at the might of dragons! None other than the acclaimed, the illustrious Machikiki Kambilu Dindo Dindo Larundu! Makilu for short.
That's a name?
No, Ma, like Soggy Shoe or Doggy Doo, or call me any of those things and I'll turn you into a froggy stew! I suppose you'll never understand. People can be so tragically unlearned. But hey, like I care!
Yeah, she's gonna be a party member. She's so unique compared to the other people. Yeah, she's a party member. She's gonna be a party member down the line. It just makes sense.
I can't believe she snuck up on me. Who is she?
This is no ordinary prison. We must be cautious. Trust no one. She said she's a powerful witch.
Did she have a Moloch tethered?
No, I didn't sense Malachim around her. She's an ordinary human, I think.
Then she's an ordinary magician, not a witch. If she tries to trick me again, I'll crush her and be done with it.
Damn. I will crush her. Got him. Ooh, loot. Hey, life bottle, nice. Worth. Poor dude. Did I go on this one? Yeah, I think I did. Raises maximum HP by 10. They grow back in time after you collect them. Oh. So basically you can use that to cheese and get a whole bunch of health back. Just raising your max HP just like that. Boom. So find where one grows, then abuse it when it comes back. And just constantly raise your HP. Seems legit. So we have that way. I think that's where we came from. Save point. Something's going down. Loot. Void ring. Oh.
More? This one. He's a demon!
Get ready.
Hold up! See this?
You're not human.
Neither of you.
True enough.
He's strong.
Chips on the blades already. Brittle, these exorcist knives. I've got to reclaim Stormhowl.
Oh.
Stormhowl? That sword we found?
You found it? Where? Do you have it? Please tell me.
It's in a storage room. Down below.
Down below? You have my thanks.
He's an odd demon. If things settle down, we'll miss our window. Hurry.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be a party member too. Just makes sense. Enable snap charge in battle after guarding for a set amount of time. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, is that an item that is used in battle? I guess that must have been DLC or something. Oh. Well. I guess I was right.
Stormhowl. Could that demon be...
What is it?
Nothing. That demon swordsman was just strange. He was so full of fury, but when you started talking about that sword, his manner changed completely.
Don't think too much about it. He's a demon after all.
The prisoners here are all so unusual. Except for you.
Forget it. Like I care what a Moloch thinks of me.
Oh, let's go.
Fire, swirl around me!
We're finished here. Let's hurry on.
Getting out of here comes first.
Amber Blade. HP recovery and defeating foes. Oh, that's why I was getting HP back. Okay. I don't know what the other question mark thing is. Break Soul Mystic Arts. Am I learning arts on weapons? Is that what's going on? Is it pulling a Final Fantasy IX on me? And this is way better than what I had. Having the HP recovery on a weapon is nice though, but...
They've got The gate to the dock's locked down. We can't break through.
I'm pretty
the
sure.
tower should be just ahead.
I'm just gonna go on the limb and assume it works just like other Tales games. Like, you use an art so many times, you learn a brand new one.
We've just about quelled this riot. You won't be getting away.
Burning wing!
Come on, really?
Hey, level up. Nice. Hey!
The prisoners are doomed.
Time is short. We need to get down to the path.
I learned a new art. Neat. Nice.
The path has collapsed. That rope won't do any good here. Wait, you're not seriously going to try it, are you?
He fell further than this back at the shrine.
Ow!
I see you are truly committed to this. You're strong. I would almost think you made an oath. It's a ritual that grants special power if the oath taker abides by certain restrictions. The harsher the restrictions, the greater the power one may command. In a very real sense, an oath is a sort of
curse, right? Well, guess what? You're the ones who did this to me.
I am aware. That is why I chose you.
I'm guessing I can sell these silver coins once we get to a town or something. Yeah.
I'll end this quickly. One more. Yeah.
Come on, really?
I just hit A once, and it's giving me that stuff. It's going, like, real fast. Master skills. These skills are always on a piece of equipment. Each piece of equipment has a proficient. Oh. So it is like Final Fantasy IX then. So there are skills on equipment like Final Fantasy IX. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to keep using it till we... Okay, I get it. I still don't know what this question mark thing is, though.
Are you sure? This way leads to the main entrance.
If they know you're here, they'll have found your ship by now. The guards expect us at the rear, not the front.
We're almost there.
That's enough.
Look at this guy.
Oscar, I had no idea an Exorcist Praetor had been assigned to this island.
You surprise me, Ceres. Aiding criminals now, are you? Did Lord Artorius request this?
No, I'm acting on my own.
A mullet with free will? And yet, I sense someone's strings guiding you.
Hold on. A Praetor is far more dangerous than an orderly.
All out of subterfuge. And besides, if we can't overpower this one, our end goal was hopeless to begin with.
You're a demon, but still a lady, so I'll show you due respect. I am Oscar Dragonia, Praetor of the Abbey of the Holy Midgand Empire. Who might you be? Huh. All right. Graceless demon it is then. Lord Artorius himself taught me the ways of purification. How will you fare against them?
I got rid of them, now I can work on him.
You're skilled. I will have to expend a mullock or two for this.
What are you doing?
Your feelings to control the tide of battle!
More of your vaunted reason.
No!
A Moloch with demon blight?
Uh-oh.
It's lost control.
We got dragon boys. Oh!
My wounds are fatal. Please, consume me. I'm not about to. My form is bound by an oath whose price is my life. The time has come to pay. Feeding on my form will grant you strength, the strength to press forward. I ask only that you devour me.
Why?
A flame burns in my heart, too. A flame I cannot quench no matter how hard I try. Just like you, Velvet.
This was Laufey's.
That is why I cannot abide it. This frozen world. This frozen people. I'm just that stubborn of a woman. Hurry, before my life fades. Do it now.
Jeez.
I offer no apology or thanks.
I need neither. Our wishes are one and the same. I treasured those days when you and I and Arthur were together.
Jeez, man. That's sad.
What is happening?
Move! If you don't, I'll eat you!
I'll eat you! Oh.
Here I come!
She absorbed that Malak's power to wield as her own? I've never seen such a demon!
Devour!
Apologies, but I can't let a nasty demon like you roam freely now, can I?
Velvet! That's my name. You can give Artorias my regards. My name is Velvet Crow, and I will devour demon, Moloch, and exorcist alike! I am a monster! I am a Therian!
Holy crap, dude.
Aho! Finally someplace that might not be a death trap. When we tumbled from the tower, I thought, this is it, Moggy-Lou. This is the end!
It would have been less risky if you hadn't suddenly appeared and jumped on my back. Oh, hey, it's you. It's thanks to you that Stormhowl is back in my care. Rokuro Rangetsu, at your service. This blade is my life. I owe you a great debt, one I vow to repay.
Yes, yes, she's a peach and a model citizen. Can we get our move on? I think they're just about done massacring the rioters.
The docks are just ahead. Give me a hand.
Party members? Man, I'm barely just pushing a button. It's zipping through that stuff. Freshy's already falling. You're about to finish off an enemy. Oh. Hold right trigger with 3 more souls while standing by or doing a combo. Pay 1 soul and activate. Hitting with this attack will cause Velvet to become Theronized. With strange HP, but gains additional abilities based on the enemy type, reaching 1 HP or performing an art when the maximum combo can reach. The lower Velvet's HP, the more powerful the attack becomes. Basically, go on the brink of death and you can slaughter everything.
Guess the weather's feeling as crummy as I am.
Careful. Sea's looking mighty choppy.
Are you a sailor?
No, but I do know the difference between a sail and a rudder.
I'll take what I can get. Do what you can.
You're leaving without a proper crew?
Very well, then. I certainly owe you this much at least.
Brave words. But 10 minutes in this storm and you'll lose all sense of direction.
No, we won't. Ships have compasses for a reason.
So it's rot in a jail cell or rot in a fish tummy? Well, guess it's your lucky day, fishies!
I'm coming for you, Artorias.
What do they hope to do? Oh no, it's gone. Excuse me? What?
Luffy said... Moloch? Ah! Stay back!
Wow, it does look like
Word!
lava.
A demon muncher. You really are a box of horrors, aren't you?
Nice.
Sorry. If I had a weapon, I would have helped. I promise.
You're wearing one.
Oh, nah, I can't use this. Sorry. Long story.
And the child?
The little brat? Scampered off somewhere.
You ought to be scampering off yourselves.
My debt is not yet repaid. Until it is, I will not leave your side.
I can hardly scamper off without knowing from whence I'm scampering. We're lost, stranded, shipwreck survivors, no?
Well, then I expect this might come in handy.
A map? Was that left by the child?
Looks to me like we're in Northgand.
Northgand? Then if we're to reach the capital in Midgand, we've no choice but to patch up our ship.
What are your plans once you reach Logris? Something worth breaking out of prison for.
Oh, can't we stand around and chat somewhere nicer? Somewhere with soup to warm the body, tales to warm the heart?
There's a city called Helavis nearby. I can't promise there much for conversation, but we'll find food and a ship right there.
Okay, Magalu is becoming one of my favorite characters. She's hilarious. Nice! Characters level up when they... obviously. Leveling up improves the character's base performance and unlocks new arts for you. So the character who finishes off the last enemy in battle will earn bonus experience based on the longest combo during the fight.
Velvet, you know that kid? I thought I heard you call him by name.
No, I don't know any Malakim. Not anymore.
Anymore?
What?
Well, whoever he was, there was something different about him, that's for sure.
You can say that again. Using healing arts on a demon without being ordered to?
And he stole that compass, too. For being an exorcist Moloch, he's a greedy little imp.
Well, we did help ourselves to a certain map of his, so...
I consider myself an island of virtue in this sea of wickedness.
I suppose.
Come on, it's not funny if you agree with me.
Do you think?
So this is how escaped prisoners behave.
Nope, they're not in my party yet, though. So I got HP and defeating foes, but plus 50. I still wish I knew what the question mark stuff was, though. I'm guessing the game will explain it to me later. Possibly, yeah.
Magilu, your way of speaking is as strange as your appearance.
Hey, I'm a witch. I must project a proper age and dignity. I have an image to maintain.
Self-improvement in all things, I suppose. So what's the difference between a spellcaster and a witch?
There are many, but mainly it's a matter of nuance. It's like the difference between being frugal and being miserly.
Ah, so a spellcaster is useful and a witch isn't, is that it? So I guess that makes you a witch right now.
You wound me. You're one to talk, Mr. Self-Improvement. Your words cut deeper than these northern winds.
You wound me. Oh, God. I love those little skits.
Oh, the wind, it bites! How can you stand wearing that garb? It doesn't seem humanly possible.
I never said I was human.
I mean, they actually talk about, yeah, it's like, how does that make sense? They actually, wow. I've never seen a game actually, like, dive into that. Looks like you're going to lose. You can always try to run away.
Fall back and regroup.
I don't think I was going to lose that fight, but okay. Sticks and stones, sticks and stones. Oh, our first jerk bird of the day. Devour.
Really?
I just love how she screams out, "Devour!" Sounds awesome. Jerk birds.
Come on, really?
Yeah, right?
Here I come.
Come on, really?
Here I come. You won't get away.
God.
Really?
Right as she said devour, he just like vanished into thin air.
Here I come.
Come on, really?
Resistance ring. Raises our defense. Meat.
So nice to be free again. Able to move these bones around like I want.
So, Rokuro, what got you all chained up in that mold hole?
Ties to home. It's complicated.
Oh! Then are you really sure you ought to be taking on further debts?
It's a teaching of House Rangetsu. Pay what you owe.
Well, what a civilized family you've got.
Were you in for long?
3 years, maybe. That's why I know so little about the state of the world.
Oh gosh, me too! Art-wielding Malakim! I've never seen such a thing! How much else have I missed? Used to be witches who had a monopoly on charms and hexes. Can you even comprehend what this'll do to business?
Should I even ask why you were imprisoned?
Bagged for unlicensed witchcraft. It was a tale of betrayal most wicked and foul! Care to hear more? You'll cry, I'll laugh, emotions will touch the rafters!
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's... Whoa! Holy crap! 30 SG, so having more souls will sustain combos more reliably. Time to let enemies take their souls to stuns and status elements. You may find skills that increase both the initial and maximum amount of souls. Yeah, 3 years is the same amount as Velvet. Yeah, that's true. Seriously though, Magilu is becoming like one of my favorite characters now. She's just too funny. Hope she's good in battle.
Here I come! Slow down! Devour! Slow down! Slow down! Slow down! Slow down!
Come on, really?
That could have been a little bit better. Life bottle, nice.
Here I come!
Come on, really?
I don't get how she's walking with that little chain in front of her though. Ooh. Loot that I cannot get to. Well, that sucks. Maybe I come back later and I can get it. Excuse me? Cats!
Oh no, I'm in so much trouble, so much trouble. Won't somebody please help a kitty out? Meow.
Oh, look, another weirdo.
That thing talks? What if it's a cat demon?
Simmer down, big man. She's just a cat. Haven't seen one in a good long while.
Cats? Is that different from a regular cat somehow?
It's complicated. Cats are a mysterious bunch. Just think of them as a special kind of Moloch. Sort of.
That works for me. I understand that they're hard to understand, at least.
Hey, I don't suppose you happen to be carrying any cat spirits on you? They look like this.
That's just like what I found at Titania.
Perfect. You could say they're kinda like our souls to us.
Cat spirits, huh?
Sometimes we call them kitten caboodles, too.
That's just foolish.
Really? Then how about kitty clumps? Anyway, one night we were having a feast so meowvelous, our souls flew right out of our bodies. That's why I need your help to find the cat spirits and use them to meowsipate my friends.
Meowsipate? Really?
It means to use cat spirits to free cats who are locked away in cats' boxes like these here. Meow. Here you'd say apesipate. This one would be edogsipate. And finally...
Phew! I'm free, meow!
See? Meowsipate!
By that logic, shouldn't it be ecatsipate?
Wow, you're way more clever than you look! For real! I guess I totally underestimated you. Please, our cat spirits got scattered far and wide, and so many sad cats are trapped without them.
Seek out the cat spirits and rescue our poor lost brothers and sisters, meow!
And why should I?
Please, think of the cats!
You know, cats have weird and mysterious powers. There's a good chance we might benefit by having them in our debt. We'll make it worth your while, I promise! And if we snub them, they might put a curse on us.
Oh boy.
That has been known to happen, meow.
If we're doing all this traveling anyway, why not help them on the side?
Just remember that it's on the side.
They might put a curse on us. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Cat's boxes around the world. Cat's trapped and give you a gift. That's some catitude. Okay. So we'll get an item that'll help us out then, it seems. Alright. Seems good. I wonder though, what are those little dots on the screen? Ooh. Increases art attack by 2. Hold on, Sorcerer's Ring. I just realized the Sorcerer's Ring is also in Tales of Symphonia. I guess those little dots on the map mean nothing then. Yeah, I wonder too. That'd be interesting. It's crazy to think this is a PS4 game. Well, it's not really crazy. Tales games have been on PlayStation for a good while now. But I think the PS4 version runs at like 1080p. Here we got it 1440.
Exorcists.
Well, that's just inconsiderate. Word of the prison break couldn't have traveled so quickly.
I somehow doubt they'll just let us in looking the way we do.
I apologize about earlier. I didn't mean to steal this.
The compass.
You okay with this? He could be working for the Exorcists.
I'm following him.
Is he your dessert?
If necessary.
Oh, man.
He must have gone this way.
Your dessert? Yeah, I'll eat them. Velvet not taking anything anymore. She had such a huge personality shift from the very opening of the game. Like, Jesus, dude. I mean, I don't blame her. She lost her brother, but still, that's a huge personality shift.
There's a ladder. A storehouse?
That smell. Flamestone.
Flamestone?
Also known as Melkionite, a rare mineral only found in Northgand. Mix it with sulfur and you get explosives! Mix it with oil and you get fuel!
Sounds dangerous. If it's true.
Believe me or not, it's your call.
Looks like the boy got away.
Well, we're in the city now.
Well, then let's scout for the Maritime Guild. Whoever's in charge of all these storehouses must have their hands in the shipping trade and shipbuilding.
And we could use a true sailor, if we can find one.
Now that's a plan I endorse! We dodged the sea's murderous grasp this time, but who's to say our luck will hold?
We should look for some weapons too, if I'm to be any use in a fight.
You're still wearing one.
Nope, not an option.
Oh god. You're wearing one. Nope, can't use it, sorry. It must have some sentimental thing to him that he can't use it. That's what I'm gathering from that. It's usually the case with anime characters like this. Like, I can't use this weapon, even though it's really powerful. More life bottles.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be an exorcist.
Me too! I want to protect my mommy and daddy!
Hold up. Exorcists are warriors who protect the whole world from demons. You can't just protect your parents. You've got to protect everyone.
Oh, that sounds really hard.
It is. And it's precisely because the exorcists are working so hard that we look up to them.
Yeah! Exorcists are the best!
They're treated like heroes. I suppose to normal people, they are. There's a group of sailors. Is that the guild?
Oh, hey, that weapon shop looks promising. Good luck with the shipwright search.
Boys, poor creatures just can't be separated from their favorite toys, can they?
It's true. Is this a shipping guild?
Damn that dial! What does he think he's doing by trying to resist? We wouldn't be in this mess if he were dead.
Excuse me. I need a ship repaired.
Sorry, but we can't help.
What makes you say that?
Guild business is currently suspended. By the order of Exorcist Teresa of the Abbey.
Oh.
Lady Teresa.
Number 2, did I give you permission to speak?
Lady Teresa, how long must this punishment of ours last? You know it was all Dial's fault, don't you, my lady?
I know Dial was the one smuggling Flamestone, but your guild, through its negligence, shares responsibility. This rule was set down by the Abbey to maintain order. Do you disagree with it?
No, my lady.
We will capture, interrogate, and sentence Dial. When this has been accomplished, you will be free to continue business. And you, girl, aren't you cold dressed like that?
I've just arrived from the south. I wasn't aware Northgand was so cold.
A young woman ought to keep herself warm.
Thank you for your concern.
Keeping it cool, Velvet.
My. So this is how the Abbey flexes its muscle, hmm? Cruel, cruel world these days.
I see how things stand. If I catch this Dial person, you can repair my ship, right?
Sure, but I warn you, he's a demon. He escaped after killing a bunch of soldiers who tried to capture him. Can't be done without an exorcist.
He's from a small village outside the city. If you're doing this, I'd imagine that's a good place to start searching. He's a brute with the head of a lizard. I'd prepare for bloodshed.
Hey!
Anything could happen. It's best to keep our options open.
While you wait, find us a good navigator.
And she just happens to eat them too, so...
I wonder what darling Rokuro's got up to in the meantime.
Let's check in on him at the weapon shop.
She will devour them.
Found a real good one. The blade was badly rusted, but once I polished it up, it turned out to have a fine edge.
I can scarcely believe something of that quality was languishing in my bargain bin. You've taught me quite a lesson. The weapon is yours as payment.
My thanks.
So you'll help us out?
Of course. How did your errand fare? I see. So we're hunting a reptilian demon called Dial, are we?
We'll check out his hometown first.
Have fun, you kids!
You aren't coming along?
I'm afraid I've got bigger fish to fry at the moment. That little matter of tracking down my betrayer. Besides, if I stick around, I'm not so sure I wouldn't wind up as someone's midnight snack.
My palate has standards. High standards.
All the more reason to skedaddle!
Alright, we got a party member. Sweet. Interesting. A lot of the same weapon that I have. But they're, They all have different, like, abilities to them. And some of them actually give me better, different stats. Interesting. Well, level 1 weapon dealer? Art attack plus 5. Art defense. Defense plus 5. Interesting. My HP plus 30 there. Attack plus 5, HP plus 30. Interesting. It's 131 right now, so this is gonna be attack plus 1. Attack plus 5, I mean. Shop has reached level 2. You will now get a disc. Oh! Why do I have 3 blood blades? What? I'm not sure how I have 3 blood blades. I don't know where that came from. Can't use items reduced by 12%. So he's just gonna be doing. Okay.
Look, a yak. Hey, Velvet, here's a fun fact. Yak tail hair is considered to be among the highest quality materials for a helmet's plume.
Wow, really? Also, I don't care.
At my house, we had this helmet. It was an incredible piece, covered with yak tail hair. The talk of the town. House Rangetsu has 2 treasures going for it, people would say. The Helm of Yak and Storm Howl.
They must not have thought very highly of the rest of you.
Why do you say that? Although, I guess I can think of a reason or two. Oh well, it's nothing a demon like me has to worry about.
Man, Velvet's so cold sometimes, like holy crap. She's like, oh really? Well, I don't care. Hey, look, loot. We have in here. Is this an inn? $14.47.
That was a good session, if I do say so myself. Tomorrow's drill will be even faster.
I thought he was being a crazy demon again, but come to think of it, this is just him being him.
Huh. Ooh. There, I'm not so suspicious now. I got fashion sense going on here.
Did you hear? That navigator for the shipping guild, Dial. He turned into a demon. He supposedly killed and ate his crewmates, then ran off.
Demon Blight? In Halaviz? What do we do?
No need to worry. Lady Teresa is already dealing with it. She'll hunt down that Dial character in no time.
They say that once you change, you can never turn back into a human. Is killing him our only option?
Killing him would be a mercy. Demons are just monsters who've lost their humanity.
Yeah, you're right. Things like that aren't human anymore.
Not human, huh?
About that, we're still human. I just dress differently than you do. Ooh. Increases attack by 2. Yeah, Velvet needs it more. Oh yeah, there's a shop here. We can sell those coins and get some monies. Hello, big chest. Another blood blade? What's different about this one? It boosts my maximum HP, that's what it does, but it drops everything else. How did I get so many blood blades? That's weird.
This cold is beyond ordinary. Well, Halavis is a northern country, but still, it wasn't this cold when I was a kid. The cold, snow, and ice were never this bad. I know it for a fact. It's that... what do they call it again?
Global cooling?
Yeah, that's the one.
Global
the
cooling.
Abbey says the world's getting colder. Thanks to all this cold, I need more warm clothing. Worse, I have to shovel snow and chop firewood all day. Ugh. Who's responsible for this global cooling? Let me at him.
Well, don't look at me. It's not my fault.
Wow. Okay. That's a good way to crack a joke at it, which is funny. I'm down. I'm down with that. That's funny. Yeah, he probably did it. He probably did all this crap.
Let me get this straight, Alpha Area. You want to form an alliance with my Gamma Area to bring down the Betas?
Correct. It's the classic strategy. Ally with a distant state and strike a neighboring one.
What is this? A council of war?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is that it? Indeed. If your Alpha forces and my Gamma forces work together, Beta Area is done for. I like it. You've got yourself an alliance, Alpha Area.
Excellent! We shall be victorious in this year's Halavis Grand Snowball Fight. Let us toast to our victory.
This isn't a snowball fight. It's a snowball war.
Fools! I was the one who engineered their alliance. Once they eliminate Beta Area, the Alpha and Gamma forces will launch a full-scale assault to destroy the other. Exhausted, the victor won't be prepared when my Delta army sweeps down upon them. They have sealed their own doom.
These kids really fight dirty.
All's fair in snow and war.
Jeez, man. Holy crap. That's one way to do a snowball fight. What's up, guys? Just chilling, don't mind me. So, speaking of businesses, we should go. Hey, look, a cat's chest. Square glasses. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. $1997, good year. Yeah, I didn't need those extra blood blades. I had no idea why I had them.
What a beautiful ship.
Isn't she? She transports flamestone and sulfur to the capital in Midgand. Have you heard of flamestone? It's this new explosive material the Abbey developed. Thanks to their discovery, we can make some really powerful new cannons and explosives.
Explosives. Sounds dangerous.
It is dangerous, but it's also necessary. Not only are there demons about, but we've humans to contend with too, with pirates and bandits in ever-increasing numbers. On the bright side, with a higher demand for flamestone, Heloise is prospering like never before. Flamestone is the only reason our little snowbound city is thriving. A keelhaul to anyone who says otherwise.
So this ship goes to the capital. If I asked, could you take us with you?
Nope, not happening. The guild ordered a total suspension of activity. We can't lift anchor. Besides, any ship carrying precious ores has an exorcist on board for security. You need the Abbey's permission.
Sounds like they keep a tight lid on things.
Yeah, I guess. But the Abbey makes the rules, so what are you gonna do? Without the Abbey, humanity would be dead in the water. A keelhaul to anyone that says otherwise.
You okay? Keelhaul, yeah. Yeah, right? No kidding. We can't leave this area. That's to avoid the front entrance. So we gotta go around? Yeah. It'll probably happen, knowing how vengeful she is right now. That's a big world map. Holy crap. That's a big boost. Only lose 5 defense, but that's a big boost to everything else. So that just takes me back to this way. Now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get there. Oh, look who it is.
You don't have to worry about getting attacked by demons while you're here in Helavies. This town is under the protection of the Abbey Praetor, Lady Teresa Linares. She keeps us all safe.
Wow, she must really be something else.
She is. She's lauded as the frozen queen of the exorcists. She's as cool as ice and as pure and dazzling as freshly fallen snow. She's just the white knight Helavies needs. Our town is as beautiful and pristine as it is because we have Lady Teresa here with us. Anyone who disturbs her order, whether human or demon, will be frozen by her wrath, soul and all.
Sounds just like an exorcist.
The way she glares at the filthy. Oh, if only she would look at me like that, with those ice-cold eyes. Teresa, my love.
If she lets idiots like him run around loose, then I'm sure she's not as infallible as he thinks she is.
Oh boy. Oh boy. If I can't go in from the front, then... There's gotta be a way I can get in from the, like, below or something. Actually, they did actually put footprints in the snow. Yeah, they're barely there. Always like little details like that. I gotta figure out how to get in there. There's gotta be some kind of secret entrance or something. Defense by 2. Velvet's gonna be getting all the buffs. There's gotta be a way I can get through there. Oh, yeah, well, we have this again. We've been up here, I believe, many times. I don't think this is a different one. No, this isn't different. The outskirts of town? Oh, we can't go anywhere here. This is technically the outskirts of the town, but we can't go anywhere though. Except here, maybe. Oh. There we go. I forgot about that because it was sealed off before, so I didn't think I could go back. So I didn't think about it. That's just where I came from.
Here I come!
Your style is really unique.
Just wait until I pull out the good stuff.
Any KO characters will be automatically revived at 1 HP. Well, that's good to know. The number of souls held by held effective. The more damage any individual, the greater chances any will affect that. It's good to know characters that automatically be revived after a battle, so they won't be dead.
Here I come!
They were nothing.
What's different about this Amber Blade then? Nothing.
I'll end this quickly. That all you got?
Not even worth my time.
What did I get? I didn't even see. It's like I barely pushed the button and it scrolls so fast.
I'll end this quickly.
I can't even call that a fight.
You better be ready.
Come on, really?
Oh, so that's how I get some of the other Blood Blades.
Nothing but ice and snow as far as the eye can see.
Are you cold?
I'm fine, but I'm not the one with the exposed midriff.
Doesn't bother me either. And watch where you let your eyes wander.
Hey there, sorry. I meant no offense. So you still retain feelings like shame then?
Wait, you don't?
Me? I've lost a lot of my human feelings. I figured that was just part of turning into a demon.
I didn't know that.
But deep down, I'm still the same person I always was. And I can still enjoy a good drink. I'm glad I haven't lost that at least.
If you say so.
Jeez. I mean, he's not wrong.
You'll be rust on my blade.
Not even worth my time.
Sturdy belt. Yeah.
get overconfident.
For one! See this? You won't get away!
Hold up! Victory is ours.
Victory is ours. Nice. More life bottles. Give me that.
Look, there's something growing all the way out here. That is one gutsy flower.
It's a princessia.
That's quite an elegant name.
My sister loved them.
I see. Thank you. And everybody's in position, I take it?
Yes. Preparations are underway now. We're all looking forward to it.
Not much longer. Keep up the good work.
Of course.
If anyone can succeed, it's you, sir.
The time is nigh, Celica. Time to do what needs to be done. For you, for him, for everyone. Is something the matter, Velvet?
Oh, no, I just didn't want to disturb you.
Perish the thought. You're not disturbing anyone. She's your sister, too.
I know, I just figured that, well, she loved you the most out of all of us. And that, you also loved her more than anyone else, so...
Velvet, there's no ranking among family. Celica, Laphicet, you. You're all very important to me.
Yeah, you're right.
It's almost the anniversary of her death. I better go to the Cape and pick her a princessia.
That's a good idea. I'm sure that would make her happy.
Yes. I really hope it does.
That snake Artorias.
They say flowers have different meanings and stuff, right? Any idea what princessias signify?
Betrayal.
Oh?
I could have sworn they meant something different, but okay. What have we got here? A place we can't go.
I'll end this quickly.
Not even worth my time.
Got him.
On to battle! One down.
Not even worth my time.
Yeah, yet.
Always ready to fight.
They were nothing.
Wait, what? These respawn? Excuse me? Those things respawn?
I'll end this quickly.
Not even worth my time.
These things respawn? That's really strange. I thought they didn't respawn there. Oh, actually. I thought once you got them, you got them.
I see a village.
Let's go ask around.
I'll end this quickly.
They were nothing.
Devour. Hello.
Thank goodness I was here. But any further attacks and...
An exorcist. Was that Dial she slew?
No, it wasn't a lizard demon. Are you crying?
It's just... everything that's going on. Demons run rampant in the Outlands, and yet the Abbey has explicitly chosen not to come to their aid. It's true we haven't the forces to be everywhere at once, and the people of the Outlands refuse to obey the Abbey's rules. It's a heartless decision, I know, but it follows from the Abbey's perfect logic and principle.
Why make excuses to me?
I'm not making... My name is Eleanor Hume. I am a praetor patrolling for the Abbey. What is your business here?
We heard there was a murderous demon in this town who fled from Helavis.
The Shipping Guild incident, yes. I've been looking into it, but I haven't found any clues yet. Worry not. We will track down that foul demon and put it to the sword.
Calling her now. She's gonna be a party member. She's too unique.
Did the exorcist lady go away?
Yeah, she's gone.
Oh, good. I didn't want us to get eaten.
Eaten?
I mean, I don't know anything about a demon.
It's fine, you can tell me. I'll keep it a secret, I promise.
There's a lizard demon in a cave to the north. He said he'd eat the whole village up if I told anyone. I'll give you these. Don't tell anybody, all right?
Got it. That's a promise.
A cave to the north.
Gotta say, the folks here really don't trust the exorcists, do they? This is actually rather good. What's wrong? A worm?
Nothing. Can't taste a thing.
Oh, that sucks.
Huh?
That sucks. She can't...
We learned what we need to. Let's look for that cave.
So she lost her sense of tasting food. That blows.
That's one fine yak you've got there. What an adorable face.
You might not want to lean in too close.
Why?
That is nasty!
That's why.
Yaks ruminate the food they eat while they digest it. Their burps are one of the foulest things you'll ever smell.
Same as cows and goats. Everyone who's raised livestock knows that.
I think that point's been driven home. That's a smell I never want to ruminate on myself.
Yeah, she used to be a cook too, so not being able to taste food, oh god, that sucks, dude. That's rough.
That woman said she was patrolling for the Abbey. What's that mean exactly?
They're handpicked agents who travel the kingdom gauging the Abbey's success in the demon fight. They also make sure the other exorcists are conducting themselves properly. I suppose you could liken them to military police. Since the Abbey imposes so many rules on the populace, they want to show they're above board.
But if they need to police themselves, isn't that as good as announcing corruption in the ranks?
Some would say it's more honest this way. Idealism alone won't change the world. Maybe that's why our determined little exorcist was crying.
I bet you're right. That does fit the picture.
Although it's best not to take a woman's tears at face value.
Huh?
Just some common wisdom.
He's saying that to a woman. Do you realize the irony here? Who knows? Maybe I should get cured in the end. I guess we'll find out. Wow. Her defense for a lot of stuff is pretty low. Okay. I didn't get anything for that. That's true. Amber daggers, ooh. A new battle garment? Amber waistcoat, fire ring. That'll give him an HP boost. It'll drop his defense down, though. But I'll buy one. Just... It's on sale. Interesting. Art attack plus 5. This one has paralyzing capability. Ooh, we can buy light bottles. So our max for apple gels is 15. Okay, so we're gonna wait before we're equipping those other stuff, just so we learn all the stuff, because this is a Final Fantasy IX type thing.
This village seems much more run down than Helavi's was.
This is where the Abbey sends its malcontents. Don't conform or accept the Abbey's rules or commit a crime, and you'll end up here with the rest of the refuse.
And I take it the Abbey doesn't care what happens to this place.
So, disrupt their precious order, and you get banished?
Exactly. I'm sure they'd say it's all part of their notion of reason.
Oh yeah, that exorcist Eleanor said something like that.
After the Advent, the exorcist showed up to quell the tide of demons and to restore the human world. But demon blight keeps spreading, and the only places they can keep safe are a few of the bigger cities. There aren't enough exorcists to protect everyone.
When the going's tough, cut off any excess baggage. It's the rational thing to do.
I suppose so, but it's too heartless. And that right there, that's the Abbey for you. Humans aren't livestock, and we're not machines either. That's why some of us here, myself included, chose to live here of our own accord.
Guess there are all types of humans out there.
The important takeaway here is that exorcists are neither invincible nor infallible.
Wait. My granddaughter said she spoke with you.
Hey, hold up. It's not like we threatened her or anything.
Don't worry, I know. I gather you intend to continue your travels, yes? Then take this. It's nothing fancy, but hopefully it helps.
Oh, we get to do cooking now. The cooking is great because it gives us like healing and stuff after battle too. Yeah, it feels bad, man. But cooking's a thing in all the Tales games for the most part. It's an essential thing. Some nutmeg?
Food's ready. It's nothing special.
Ah, now that hit the spot. Hey, Velvet, can I ask you a question?
You can do whatever you want, but just because you ask doesn't mean you're getting an answer.
So, about that whole apple thing, you can't taste anything?
Not entirely. I can taste blood.
Nothing else?
Nothing. And I don't think I can feel full either.
You don't think? You talk like you've never had a good meal before.
I haven't. Not normal food, at least. Not since I became a demon.
So, what have you been eating?
Please. You were in that prison with me.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. This is just what I am now. As long as I have a recipe, I can still cook. And now I don't even have to worry about how it tastes.
I suppose.
Food keeps my strength up. That's all I care about.
Oh yeah, the guy at that weapon shop gave me some booze for the trip. I nearly forgot about it.
You really think it's a good idea to drink when we've got demons to fight?
A little drink'll warm me up.
I thought you couldn't feel the cold.
That's true, I suppose. Well, I'm not drinking it anyway. I'm using it for something.
Like what? Got some wounds to clean?
That's one use for it, sure. But I've got something more practical in mind. By pouring it on the pegs that hold the blade and hilt together, the wood will swell and hold everything firmly in place in battle.
You've got such a one-track mind, I swear.
That's just the kind of demon I am.
They're sitting there talking about how they're demons right in front of this dude. He doesn't even care. It's like, oh, you're a demon? Oh, it's fine. It's whatever. No big deal. Feels like I could, like, smash this open or something. And it'd probably like make a shortcut. Oh, there is a shortcut there, so I guess I'm gonna be able to smash that wall. It's our first dungeon. Let's go.
I'll end this quickly.
I'll stop you! Deception! See this? See this? I'll stop you! I'll stop you! Deception! See this?
Victory is ours.
So that kind of feels like an ATB gauge in a way. The whole soul thing? It feels like an ATB gauge.
Here I come. Clear up! I'll cut down anyone in my way.
Hey, level up.
Ugh. What's that smell?
Oil?
Look at these guys.
Don't waste my time.
Holy crap.
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
On to battle! See this? I'll stop you!
Damn.
Hey, I'll stop you! I'll stop you! I'll stop you! I'll stop you! Deception! See this?
We're finished here. Let's go.
Don't get over confident.
Quit!
Out of my way!
See this?
We're finished here. Let's go.
You know, I also have Tales of Berseria on the PS3, which is another Tales game I haven't played yet. But I do have Tales of Berseria. I don't think I have the second one. I might. Did they just respawn?
You better be ready. That all you got? Out of my way! Not even worth my time.
I do want to get an Elgato HD60 though, so I can get my my HD consoles at 60 frames, which would be great.
I think we might be able to break this boulder.
And people say I'm foolhardy.
I'm serious. I think we can do it. Are we not demons?
You have a point.
You sort the boulders by pressing A. Well, there we go. Perfect. Just kick it. So we can go make that shortcut then. Honestly, I thought she was going to use her claw to do it. Smash. There we go. Now we got a shortcut.
Here I come!
See this? Hold up! Hold it! See this?
Come on, really?
That's really interesting that these soul things respawn. That just means you can farm the crap out of them and just get them constantly.
Don't waste my time.
Come on, really?
Petals earned True Velvet. Nice. So these titles actually do something.
I'll end this quickly.
Come on, really?
Did I just learn an art? Oh, yeah, we're about to learn one, actually.
You'll be rust on my blade.
It's up!
Oh, I thought we were about to like learn another one.
You better be ready.
Not even worth my time.
Is there a way to adjust it so it doesn't go as fast? Guess not. To enhance elegance. Oh. I see.
On to battle! Deception!
They were nothing.
Here I come!
Not even worth my time.
Oh. Okay, so that's probably what he did. He probably mastered some stuff here. Yeah, like...
So it was tar we were smelling. Watch your step. You won't get out if you get stuck.
Here I come!
Deception!
They were nothing.
Got him. Consummate collector. Battle boots. Consummate collector.
On to battle! I can't even call that a fight.
I like the Final Fantasy IX method of learning items, learning skills and whatnot while they respawn.
You know what they say? Falling off a rock only makes us stronger.
I don't think that's quite how the saying goes. I'm going to jump.
Don't fall and crack your skull.
Wow. I'm going to jump. Don't fall. Or fragments.
Don't get overconfident. See this?
Come on, really?
It's so powerful.
You better be ready.
They were nothing.
That's a different one.
Worth killing.
Yo, this music is from Tales of Berseria. It's a remix of a track from Tales of Berseria. Of the Super Boss theme.
Come on, really?
Got him. That was cool hearing that from Vesperia. And sounded really good in Vesperia as well. I mean, like, really good. What was the track called? It was, let's see. Formidable Foe Stands in the Way. I think that's the one. That's so cool, dude. Hearing that in Tales of Berseria, though, is awesome. That's so cool. I like that they did that. What did I master? Void Ring?
Don't get overconfident.
Not even worth my time.
I think that might have been where we came from.
You're a fine swordsman.
Not as far as I'm concerned. I still have a long way to go.
What sort of demon are you?
A Yaksha. I'm a war demon.
A war demon. Makes sense.
And what about you? You're awfully peculiar, even for a demon.
I'm a Therian.
Therian? That's a new one for me. What sort of demon is that?
A monster that feeds on foes to gain power. I don't know much beyond that.
Huh. A woman who devours her enemies. I bet your demon type is... hag. Am I right?
What?
Whoa. You've got the death glares down at least.
Alright.
Don't get overconfident.
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
Enchantress. Damage reduction while guarding increased by 25%. Effective burn reduced by 40%. Paralysis reduced by 40%. Yeah. Equipment drop rates at 1.2%. Interesting.
Don't get overconfident. I can't even call that a fight.
He got the last hit. Aw. Ooh. So there's that way. What's over here? Just a pit? Yeah, okay.
What sword style do you use? Who taught you?
I'm self-taught.
For being self-taught, you're really good. Your fundamentals are solid too. But then you suddenly throw out these kicks and all these other moves. It's really unusual.
Like I said, it's my own style. And what about you, huh? What's with those two swords? You say that big one is your life, yet you never even draw it.
It's best that I don't.
Huh? Is that part of what you learned at House Rangetsu?
Yeah, we pay our debts. That's the foundation of everything we do.
I don't get it.
Hopefully that'll be explained.
You better be ready.
Come on, really?
Crimin Stone Mastery, Amber Blade, nice. Amber Garment, nice. Nice, nice. That gives me an HP boost, but drops my defense down by 5. My attack down by 5, never mind. I'll take the HP boost, though. The Blood Blade HP is busting me up to like 1,000 HP now. Interesting. But man, my attack just drops. That HP boost is significant though.
Come on, really?
Natural waistcoat.
Don't get overcome. Deception.
Not even worth my time.
They respawn so fast, like holy crap.
Don't get overcome.
Hey Arthur, what's up, man? Not much. How you
Not
doing?
even worth my time.
You said you can't taste anything. How is your sense of smell?
Why do you ask?
Those two senses work together. You know, like how if you pinch your nose while you eat, the flavor goes away?
If anything, I think my sense of smell has improved. What about you?
All my senses are sharper now. Still, being able to smell but not taste. You said Eutherians eat demons, right? Not what I'd call a pleasant diet.
Look who's talking. What do you eat?
I drink, mostly.
That doesn't sound pleasant either.
Nonsense. There's nothing with more depth and variety. Every ingredient, every process alters the whole. The rich, complex flavor dancing across the tongue. The mellow aroma exhilarating the nose. But what would a child know of such things?
Whatever.
The only downside is, now that I'm a demon, the stuff goes to my head faster than before, too.
Now that you're a demon, huh?
No, this is not my first Tales game. I've played many Tales games. Just haven't streamed most of them. I still gotta finish Tales of Fantasia too. I need to get back to that eventually. But I have played Tales of Symphonia was my first Tales game on the GameCube.
Here I come!
They were nothing.
This is my first playthrough of this game though, however. Completely blind. I've had it since it was released. I tried to play it on release back then, but I got to an area where my frame rate decided to drop for no reason, so. But it doesn't do that on my new PC, so we're good on that. Like, some parts seemed rather unstable. But I think it was just due to how CPU heavy this game is, it seems. My 4790K wouldn't cut it in one of these towns, and it dropped my frame rate significantly. There was nothing I could do to fix it. But that's not the case anymore. Because I have a 9900K in this thing now. I've forgotten pretty much everything though from what I played, so.
An exorcist.
Did he slip and fall?
Oh, here we go.
No, he was thrown in.
Here I come!
We found our murderer. More fools from Helaves came hunting me down, did you?
It seems that way.
You won't get away!
Is that Chris Sabat doing that voice?
I'll stop you!
Sounds like it.
You little! See this? You're in my way! I'll stop you! See this? You're in my way! For what? You're in my way! You left up! I'll stop you! See this? You're in my way! Deception! 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 Let you have! Deception!
You won't get away!
Got him.
I won't die yet. Not until I have my revenge.
Revenge?
The bastards at the guild who tried to kill me. They want me to take the fall for their smuggling operation.
Wait, are you saying the whole guild was involved?
Of course. You think a second-rate sailor like me could pull off all that mischief by myself? I mean, sure, I was in on it. Helping them wasn't without its benefits.
He has a point. It would take more than one person to dig that tunnel into the warehouse.
Problem is, our extra-legal activities were a little too successful. The Abbey was bound to notice us at some point.
And dead men tell no tales. So they blame it on you and kill you to cover it up. Looks like it's not going quite how they planned.
How do you mean to get this revenge of yours?
A raid on Helives. I'll kill the lot of them. This I swear.
That would be suicide. Do you have any idea how many exorcists are around?
They'll hunt me down no matter what I do. I just want the guild to pay for what they did to me. That's all I wanted. But I guess even that's not gonna work out.
We'll take this back to town and tell him you're dead. That should be enough to satisfy the exorcists and get them to call off the search.
But why?
I have my reasons. We need a boat fixed for starters. Plus, if you stir things up after I leave, I imagine it'll slow down anyone who's following me.
If that's what you want, miss, I won't let you down.
Just chopped off his tail. Dang, dude. Ow. Ooh, Mega Sonic Thrust. Sweet. Oh, we got potions to send us directly to the entrance. Nice.
By the way, how on earth did you find out where I was hiding?
Luck. And a solid hunch.
The village I grew up in was the dullest, gloomiest place ever. I hated it so much I became a sailor first chance I could get. But look at me now. If I could do it all again, I wouldn't abandon my home.
I see.
That's handy.
Is this really how you want to play it?
Listen, I'm being hunted too. It's only a matter of time. I can't afford sympathy.
Don't get overcome.
They were nothing.
Don't get overcome.
Hold up!
1, 2! Come on, really?
You'll be rust on my blade.
Out of my way!
They were nothing.
This game's combat feels a lot faster than other previous Tales games. And I'm okay with that. It just feels like Velvet's a lot faster than like any other Tales characters I've ever played as.
Not even worth my time.
Yeah, these things just respawn. Wow. So you can just farm these forever and ever.
This is Dial's tale. Did you really kill him?
We found him dead in a lake of tar. This is all we could bring back.
Is that so?
You can doubt me all you like, but I brought you the demon's body. Who else can say that?
True enough.
Good. Get to work on my ship then.
I'm afraid we can't. We still need Lady Teresa's permission first.
I'm in a hurry. It would be much worse for you if she knew who the real smugglers were.
You wouldn't!
It's a trade. Repair the ship on the beach, and I'll sail away quietly.
Very well. I'll find you your shipwrights. We'll see you at the shore.
Got him.
Hey, Velvet. This would be a perfect opportunity for us to upgrade our equipment. How about it?
What are you talking about?
You don't know?
We didn't have anything like that in our village.
All the more reason, then. Come on, let's go.
So we can upgrade our stuff?
You don't need to be so pushy.
Other than buying new things, that's probably why they sell so
That's
much
just
of the
how
same
I
stuff.
am. Get used to it. Come on.
It's probably why they have so many of the variants of the same item. The novice smiths, you can now enhance and dismantle equipment at shops. Enhancing a piece of equipment improves its parameters for a chance of activating an enhancement bonus. Oh. Bloodblade. Oh, is that what that question mark thing was? Oh, interesting. Change his name, become gold. I just enhanced that. I don't want it to say. I don't want to dismantle it. I want to use it.
And that's how it's done. Get it?
I suppose. It seems like kind of a hassle.
Maybe at first, sure. But once you get it down, it'll be second nature. You'll eventually learn how to maximize your personal strengths through wise upgrading and dismantling.
Min-maxing.
It does seem useful.
Right? If you plan to continue your crusade, upgrading may give you the edge you need. Of course, those who are inadequately prepared for battle probably won't end up on the winning side.
That's certainly true enough. And hey, if it'll make me stronger, I'm sure I'll figure it out. If it'll help me take him down.
Enhance the Ember Blade as well. Dismantle these other Amber Blades that I'm not using. So is that really what... Okay, so that's what the question mark things were then. That's what it was, okay. It all makes sense now. It's an enhancement bonus. That's cool. Alright, I'm down with that. A maxed out Bloodblade might give me like a whole crap ton of health. This seems like a massive HP boosting item.
We're lucky the snow has been white for the past few years.
Why is that lucky? Snow is always white.
Wrong. In Helives, it isn't always. Depending on the direction of the wind and what the volcano is up to, volcanic ash can mix in with the snow and turn it gray.
There's a volcano nearby?
It's actually quite a ways up north, but it's the biggest volcano in all of Midgand. Mount Killerhouse, it's called. And that's where we mine our flamestone. Actually, it's the only place you can mine the stuff.
Mount Killerhouse.
It's got a nice ring to it. You ever seen a volcano, Velvet?
No, and I'm not interested.
Alright, Cloud. Not Midgard, nope.
Well, it looks like we'll get the repairs we need.
Maybe, but that's only half of our problem. Without a proper crew, we'll wind up shipwrecked again.
We don't have time to find one, and we can't hire a ship without permission.
We'll just have to do what we can. But we've seen where my sailing skills get us.
I'm not forcing you to come. I'll do it alone if I have to.
I wonder if there are any free sailors around.
Always ready to fight.
They were nothing.
Same for the best. So great. Okay. One unique drop per enemy. Okay. So each enemy has their own rare.
Don't waste my time.
Not even worth my time.
You'll be rust on my blade.
Well then, let's move on.
Nice, skill mastery. That ups my attack, which is pretty nice.
I'll end this quickly.
They were nothing.
You better be ready. That all you got? That all you
I can't even call that a fight. Always ready to
They were nothing.
Got you. Another amber blade I can dismantle. So I can't get over there just yet then, which sucks, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to later.
Here I come! You won't get away! That all you got?
I won't improve by fighting weaklings. Don't get overpowered.
They were nothing.
I got them all? Damn.
Hey, Velvet. Do the demons you kill turn back into humans?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Remember the demon that attacked us near the coast? When it died, it turned back into a human. Every demon I've killed has stayed a demon. So, I was just wondering what was different.
Do demons stay demons when they die? But what about Nico and the villagers I killed?
Maybe it's just a case-by-case sort of thing.
Who cares? A corpse is a corpse, whether it's human or demon.
Yeah. I guess being human again doesn't help much if you're already dead.
Exactly. All that matters is that the demons I devour make me stronger. Nothing more.
Damn.
She's hopeless. Her keel's busted. It'd be faster to build a new ship.
Her keel?
You could say she's like a man with a broken back. And how in blazes did you end up running aground here? I wouldn't think it possible.
If you can't help, that's enough. Go back to town.
What now? Do we try to find a new ship?
I can't think of anything else. I just hope we have time.
Well, that sucks.
O Empyrean Inominat, hear my prayer. Blessings and honor unto thee. This frail flesh a sacrifice to be thy foundation.
Sister.
Oh, Oscar! What brings you here? Your face! What happened to you?
A demon got the better of me. I've been summoned back to the Abbey, but I thought I'd stop by on my way.
My poor brother. I'm so sorry.
There is pain, but I can still fight. The scar will serve to remind me of my inexperience.
An underhanded foe, no doubt.
No. The demon saps her enemy's strength with her left hand and turns it against them. It was a girl with black hair and eyes full of fire. She poses a threat for even a seasoned praetor. Please, take care, dear sister.
It was her!
Teresa?
Understood. I will. Worry not. A failure as minor as this is not the end of the world.
To be honest, I came hoping you would cheer me up like that. Well, I do believe I recognize those earrings.
Of course. I treasure them dearly. Thank you.
They suit you just as well as I thought they would. I must take my leave now.
Lady Teresa, we've captured a stowaway.
Uh-oh.
I wasn't stowing away, you twit. I merely boarded without permission.
You're a collaborator with that demon woman. Where is she?
Your tortures are useless against the mighty Magilu. Because I'll spill my guts just fine without him.
Oh, God. Thanks, Magilu. Yeah, really, really good. That's about to go down now.
I'll end this quickly.
One down.
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
It's about to go down.
I'll end this quickly.
They were nothing.
You shouldn't have chased me. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
Please stand by.
Grab a snack too. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
There was word from the Abbey. They're holding a public execution for a witch who tried to draw demons into the city.
Is that so? Sounds like a real nasty character.
I'd stay away from the city if I were you. It's a common tactic for Lady Teresa. Threaten one criminal to draw out their allies.
Are you saying I'm a criminal? Pot calling the kettle black, isn't it?
That's why I'm warning you. Lady Teresa's top class, even among exorcist praetors. I wouldn't think badly of you if you fled.
A witch? It has to be Magulu, huh?
It looks like the Abbey is onto us. We'd best assume they've already found the tunnel.
No sense trying to buy a ship now.
Then don't buy one. Steal it.
Steal a ship from Hellevese. Just the two of us.
We have at least one other on our side.
Dial?
He said he can navigate. If he joins forces with us, all the better.
That could be. But what happens to Magulu?
I suppose that's up to the Abbey.
The term is commandeer, exactly.
Let's head to Dial's cave.
Sorry, Magulu. Rest in peace.
Rip Magulu.
You better be ready.
Not even worth my time.
You better be ready.
We're finished here. Let's go.
Man, they just threw Magulu under the bus. It's pretty hardcore. Though, to be fair, she did spill her beans. The term is commandeer.
I'll end this quickly.
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
I'm curious on how Velvet's character's going to develop in this entire game.
Disruption! Disruption!
Come on, really?
Cause she's pretty cold-hearted right now, but I don't blame her for being the way she is. I mean, she's got every reason to be like this.
Don't waste my time.
I won't improve by fighting weaklings.
Here I come! Make
Not even worth my time.
I didn't even see what I just got. It went so fast.
Always ready to fight.
Hold
Not even worth my time.
You really go all out, don't you?
What do you mean?
Look, you're using Dial, threatening the guild, abandoning Magilu. You see?
I'm not abandoning her. She can take care of herself.
Nothing stops you, does it?
There's a lot I don't understand about Magulu, but I know she won't be killed so easily. Besides, I'm sure she's already told the Abbey everything she knows about us.
You're probably right.
That means we need an ace up our sleeve. Like a demon they believe to be dead.
All right. One last good sharpening and I'll call this blade done. Do your blades need sharpening too? I'd be happy to take care of it for you if you want.
No thanks. I was taught never to leave my lifeline in the hands of another.
Sure. Sounds like you found a good teacher. I don't care if it's
Till
me
they
who
killed
does
her
it,
brother.
as long as you're keeping them well maintained. Just in case you don't already know, after you sharpen your blades, you should rub them with clove oil and wipe them down with wool.
Yeah, I know. I was taught that too. By the man who killed my brother.
Oof. Sorry, I was munching on chips here. I don't mean to be munching into the microphone. I hope you guys can't hear it as much. He taught her about these things, and yet she's still following him. It's kind of ironic and weird.
Don't waste my time.
They were nothing.
Soul Taker. I'm intrigued. Oh, wait. Prevent status elements for 10 seconds when... After... Oh. Oh. Oh, the titles actually do level up. Oh, this is interesting. So they level up even if you're not using them?
Here I come.
I won't improve by fighting weaklings.
Blade Dancer. What does this one do? Multiplies hidden arch damage by time. Ooh.
Don't get overconfident.
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
Look at all this. Wow, we didn't actually go here. Shadow daggers. Ooh. Nice. Okay, we're almost done with the amber daggers for him that he can learn this.
Always ready to fight.
Ah, crap. That's a gold bat?
For two! One down. For one! Victory is ours.
Don't waste my time.
I'll stop it! I'll stop it! I'll stop
I'll cut down anyone in my way.
Weakness Hunter and Incapacitator. I'm learning all the titles here. Yeah, Velvet's actually a lot easier to control than any of the Tales games I've played. How you doing, Losing? How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Weakness Hunter increases the rate of arts. Wait, what? Effect rate of arts based on their star. No, but I have it. I've had this game since launch too, but I couldn't play it very much because of the way it was running on my older PC. And now, that's no longer an issue.
Come on, really?
Yes, I do plan to play Persona 4 Golden, yes. I did buy it on Steam, so. Yeah, I definitely will be playing Persona 4. That'll be a fun playthrough. I've never beaten it before, but it'll be fun to play it.
Don't waste my time. I'll cut down anyone in my way.
I don't remember much of Persona 4. I just know that Chie is my favorite character of all time. So, there you go. Chie is my favorite character in that game. She is amazing.
I'll end this quickly.
I had the PS2 version on my PS3. So that's how I was able to play it, but I never did beat it. I don't remember how far I got either,
You
so.
won't get any pity or compassion from me.
Ooh, Twin Whip.
I'll end this quickly.
One down.
I do have Tales of Berseria that I want to play. I know that game's battles are at 60 frames per second, but the actual game, it's 30. I need to get an Elgato HD 60S so I can actually stream my HD consoles at 60 FPS. I do have a classic Elgato HD capture, which works on my HD consoles, but they're all 30 for HD, and I want to get the proper frame rate for it. That way I'll have a capture card for my classic consoles, which always display at 60. Then I'll have one for my HD consoles that display at 60, which would be nice. I wish Tales of Berseria would just come to Steam, though. That looks like that game is pretty dope from the little that I played of it. Devour.
Really?
I just love how she says devour. It sounds so badass.
On to battle.
I'll cut down anyone in my way.
1334 experience, almost lead experience. Nice.
Don't get overconfident.
Nice. It's the bat's fault that I missed.
I'll stop you.
Come on, really?
Here I come.
Victory is ours.
Eleanor is that chick we met earlier in this game. Remember though, this is my first time playing this one, just so you guys know. But yes, I do agree, Judith from Tales of Berseria is waifu. 100%. Judith was my favorite character in that game.
What are you two doing back here?
Things didn't work out. We'll lend a hand with your raid.
Awfully presumptuous, aren't you?
I'm a demon. Comes with the territory.
You got me there. Ah, gods. I think that's the first time I've laughed since turning demon. But are you sure? It's suicide, you know.
Maybe not. I have a plan. The exorcists have a hostage they're using to lure me into the city.
Then we can sneak in through the tunnel into the storehouse.
No. I expect they'll have an ambush ready there. So instead, we hit them with a direct frontal assault.
You call that a plan?
No. I call it a feint. As their forces converge on the front, a second group slips in via the tunnel, strikes the docks, and secures a ship. After that, the two groups meet up and we all sail away. And I want you at the helm.
Answer me this, then. Who's making this frontal assault of yours?
I will, naturally.
That works. When?
Tomorrow. Can we rest here until then?
Make yourself at home. Nothing so comfy as a bed of tar.
Oh, a bed of tar.
Velvet? Hey, Velvet?
Laffy?
You were crying out. Were you having a nightmare?
Oh, Laffy! It was terrible!
Hey, come on, let go of me. I have to go. I have something important to do.
What's that?
Arthur told me to come meet him at the Shrine of Tranquility.
That's dark.
No, Laffy-set! No! Listen to me! Artorius is... He's going to...
That's so dark.
Are you all right? You were tossing and turning.
I'm fine. It was just a dream. If you don't want to go with me, I understand.
That wouldn't do. How can I repay you if you die?
You are an odd one.
Am I? I always thought of me as just me. Velvet, who's this Artorius?
My target. He killed my brother.
We're ready. Dial should be at the entrance.
Let's get going then.
I might play Zestiria, even though I've heard mixed things about it. I might do it. I can't wait to see how this story actually unfolds, though. So, remember though, guys, this is a blind playthrough. Just a heads up. Did that respawn? No. Yeah, this definitely does feel like the darkest Tales game that I've ever played. I can't wait till the new one comes out. I'm pretty sure that's going to be on Steam as well.
Just fine, thanks. And your special concoction?
Ready for deployment anytime. By the way, I never caught your name.
Velvet.
We'll sail together if you live, Velvet. If not, at least I know what to put on your tombstone.
You've got a sharp tongue.
I've always been that way.
Right then, we're off to attack Helives.
Yeah, I'm also still waiting for Horizon Zero Dawn to get launched on Steam. Whenever that's gonna be.
Here I come!
Not even worth my time.
Combo bonus effects. Martial arts produce SG cuts, increased chances to inflict status elements. Malik arts. Performing a mystic art under multiple break souls will deal depth. But we don't have mystic arts yet. Or do I? No, we have these. We don't have a mystic art yet, though.
That reminds me. Where do you think that boy who took the compass ran off to?
Helives, I'd imagine, since Malakim are always tethered to exorcists.
That means we might run into him during our attack.
Are you getting squeamish about killing the boy because you feel indebted to him for healing you?
No. If he gets in the way, I'll take him down.
But?
I have to remember to thank him first.
Right.
Does that bother you at all?
No, not really. I just know that Malakim don't taste very good.
Malakim don't suit your palate? I'll call that a positive.
Don't waste my time.
They were nothing.
Hey, level up, nice. Oh yeah, if it's coming to PS4, it's coming to Steam. That's just gonna happen.
Who goes there?
Oh, I'm pretty sure you were expecting me. Not even worth my time.
Got him.
The townspeople are gone. I was right. It's a trap.
Yeah, they did. They went down hard. Excuse me.
Wow, look who actually showed up to rescue me. Oh, you're more of a softie than I ever gave you credit for, demon lady.
You're here. You're the demon that escaped the island?
What if I am?
You hurt my dear Oscar. You will pay for that. Slowly.
Bring it on.
Come and face me then, exorcist!
I am honor-bound to aid her.
Beware her left arm! Twin whip! Make it down! Down!
Fire and water, come! See this?
Make it down!
Fire and water, come!
Make it down! Make it
I'll stop you!
Is this all you've got?
A pair of demons should be simple for you.
Discord.
Who wants to taste my blade next?
You fiends! All exorcists form up!
As I hoped.
Don't hold back! Crush them now!
Hang in there, Velvet!
You too.
Got him. As they die by it, yeah.
I admire your endurance, but you will regret this soon enough. Number 2,
You can't finish your own work. Coward.
I won't fall for your taunts. That arm of yours is too dangerous. Besides, to dispose of demon filth, one ought to use an appropriate tool.
Well, I've got tools of my own. Tools of flamestone, sulfur, and oil.
Those will explode.
Yep.
What? Our stores of flamestone!
Got him.
I'm with you.
Hey! Aren't you forgetting someone?
What are you all doing? After them!
Lady Teresa! The ships! The port! It's all on fire!
Orderlies, put out the fires at once!
She got knocked the fuck out.
Move it! We're ready to set sail.
Whoa! Got him.
I won't let you escape! Never! Make a deceitful snake!
I'm a demon. Spare me your sermons.
Then you can pay with your life!
It was kind of messed up beating up on a kid, though. Not gonna lie.
As Exorcist Praetor Teresa, I give you this order. Do it, number 2!
The kid's gonna blow himself up!
Oh!
To think you were a demon!
The crybaby exorcist.
I wasn't crying!
2 praetors. Not looking good.
Knock them back. That's an order. Knock them back, or I'll eat you.
An order?
Now!
Got him.
Why? Why would they do such a thing to us? We're finished! Helives is no more!
Curse you. Curse you.
Such ghastly demons. The Abbey, no. Lord Artorius himself must be informed.
Oh boy. The guy who started it all. Ooh, nice. Enables soul charge in battle after guarding for a set amount of time. Wow. See, that feels like an ATB, which is interesting to me. Somebody was increasing strength and certain other enemies present in the battlefield. Hurlink. You can break the power links by defeating the appropriate enemies. Power links often appear on reinforcements, so don't underestimate your foes even if they're a little bit. Yeah, I kind of figured that out.
Well, that turned out better than I expected. Though we wound up with a little extra.
Extra?
She didn't realize, because she looks like Laphicet.
He looks like he'd be a scrumptious midday snack for you.
A snack?
She's just teasing.
No. If that's an order, I accept it.
Should we really be taking this kid along?
His arts will be useful to us. And we can always get rid of him.
Precisely. Malakim are tools. Use them and ditch them. Isn't that right, number 2?
Yes.
It's pretty fucked up. It's pretty messed up, dude. Oh, he's got that equipped. Resistance ring. Drops my attack down and my... But the health boost though. Yes, he does appear to be a party member, that is true.
You seem busy.
We need more hands. We have to set our course and tie down the cargo. I've unfurled the sails. Does that not look safe to you?
Sure. As long as it doesn't come loose. Our destination is Logris. Set a course.
I'll do what I can, but this vessel really needs a bigger crew. We need to hire more men. Besides, if we keep sailing this way...
Shit'll hit the fan, most likely. Look who we got there.
Now that was a right old conflagration. Don't think they'll be chasing after us anytime soon. You certainly didn't leave them much of a port, though. I wonder if the town will ever recover.
How much did you tell them?
I had just started episode 2, Magilu's Fury, wherein the beautiful witch is captured and tortured by a demon most cruel!
I'm starting to see why they wanted to execute you.
Got him. Jeez, man.
Velvet! How's our heading?
This is so hard to read.
Actually, you're holding it wrong. It's built to function even if the ship is rolling.
Velvet!
The heading's fine! Kid, what's your name?
Number 2.
Not that. Your real name. Surely you have one. Want to hold it?
If that's an order.
I'm asking you what you want.
So you're ordering me to answer?
Right. You Malakim would destroy yourselves as long as it was an order, wouldn't you?
That is our purpose.
You really are tools. In that case, keep your mouth shut.
Cannon fire astern! Pirates! That flag, it's got to be Highbreed's pirate crew!
They've got a bead on us, folks! And in case you hadn't noticed, we aren't really equipped for sea combat!
They lost the compass, too.
To land, then! We can fight them there!
Huh. Well, look at that. They really are a bunch of demons. That works in our favor.
That voice.
You knowingly pick fights with demons? Must have a death wish. You're in trouble now that we're on land.
Wipe them out, number 2. That's an order.
Whoa there. We're not the one you'll be fighting.
Look at this guy.
It'll be me.
A Moloch?
No. I'm the Reaper.
He's gonna be a party member.
What is this guy?
A Moloch pirate?
Sword,
He's too unique.
twin blades. No pendulum that can see.
You can usually tell which characters are gonna be your party member because they're so unique in the way they look. Is that Troy Baker?
You passed the test. Join us.
No, it's
Well, aren't you the impudent one?
Says the demon who torched Televes.
You knew about that?
I hope you realize we're doing you a favor. If you'd stayed on that course, you would have smashed right up against the gate of Vortigern.
You guys are headed for Midgand, aren't you? That means you're gonna have to go through the Narrows up ahead. But the kingdom has a massive fortress there built to defend them, with a tremendous gate.
A fortress.
If this is true, we're in your debt.
We desire to pass through as well, but we lack the strength. I propose we form a partnership.
I'd be a fool to blindly trust the words of a pirate.
Do you really want to see the gate for yourself? We won't stop you. We'll even throw you a nice funeral if you like.
So what? We're allowed to refuse?
Your business is your business, and ours is ours. There's nothing more to say.
But First Mate, you can't go alone. We'll all come with you.
You'd only get in the way. Stick to the plan and focus on your duties aboard the Von Eltia.
Nice. Rainbow Mist. Pirate type patch. I was wondering enemies to join in battle on normal difficulty or higher. Ifreed. Yo, that's the name of the pirate that was in Tales of Vesperia. Was it not? I think we fought one of those guys, actually. We fought a dire enemy because it played it played the Tales of Vesperia dire enemy music.
And what are you folks planning anyway?
Like I said, we're getting through that gate. If you're not helping us, then the conversation's over.
Is it possible to get through?
If the first mate says he'll do it, he'll do it.
You sure put a lot of faith in him. He's a Moloch, isn't he?
That doesn't matter. He's got the captain's blessing, and that's enough for us.
Couldn't you ignore the Narrows and just sail around?
Not now. We lost both our compass and several of our crew in an earlier attack.
Compass?
Huh. But in the end, we're pirates. If someone blocks our way, we can't just fall back.
And that's what makes a pirate, huh?
Yeah, you knocked our compass down on the ground. In the water, actually, I should say. Ooh, nutmeg. Blade. Oh, wow. Okay. Can only get one of those. That do that much. Yeah, he's got to master that. Oh. So that's what his face looks like. That's pretty creepy looking. Alright, Magazu, come on.
Tragically, your favorite witch is neither a sailor nor a warrior. All she can really do is look on.
No argument there.
Is the Gate of Vortigern really something that impressive, Dial?
They've got a fortress and a patrolling fleet, but the gates is the real show. Even a battleship couldn't blast its way through that thing.
Is there no sea route that avoids the Narrows?
There is, so to speak, but it's a long way out into the open sea. We just end up shipwrecked.
The pirates share our goal. I don't think we have any choice but to band together.
True enough. If forward lies destruction and backward lies doom, sideways is your only option!
And yet you don't feel like helping out.
I sure don't.
That Moloch isn't all he seems. Who knows what's up his sleeves?
The kid's a Moloch too. Hey boy, you sense anything?
We both have ulterior motives. In any case, let's go after him.
I sure don't.
I know you probably won't listen to me, but you shouldn't get involved with Ifrit's pirates. Ifrit is the fiercest, most villainous pirate in all the seas. Every sailor trembles at his name.
For a demon, you're pretty wimpy.
Demon or not, scary is scary.
So this Ifrit is that tough?
You bet. Rumor has it he's an unrepentant troublemaker and is as strong as an ogre. His gang are all fearless, wild rogues. They've turned the tables on the Royal Navy time and time again. And best of all is their ship, the Von Eltia. She's a legend that's traveled to distant lands across the sea.
Nice. Sounds like I'd get along with them just fine.
You seem to know an awful lot about them yourself.
Well, it's just that every sailor dreams of being as wild and free as Ifrit and his pirate crew.
I guess.
Hey, I can dream, can't I? Demon or human or even lizard, we all got our fantasies.
They all got their fantasies, okay. You got first aid, which is nice. Can't I do shortcuts?
Here I come!
They were nothing.
Interesting.
Come on, really?
Yeah, no kidding. Too bad they're not air pirates like Vice.
So, you've chosen to trust a pirate?
Not for a second. But if you're prepared to lend us the use of your ship and crew until we reach the capital, We'll help you.
I'll agree to those terms. But there's something I should tell you first. I bring ill fortune to all those around me. The Reaper's curse. I could flip this coin 1,000 times and still land on tails. Trying to get through the fort cost the lives of 5 good sailors. If you join up with me, I can't guarantee your safety.
Why would you go out of your way to warn us?
Even demons don't want to meet an unfair death, right? If you still want to come with me, just know the risks.
Works for me. I land on tails, I'll flip it to heads on my own.
Your name?
Velvet. This is number 2.
I'm Rokuro. A pleasure.
Aizen.
Aizen, huh?
You've got a plan of attack, I'm sure. Let's hear it.
To put it bluntly, Vortigern is impregnable. It won't fall to an attack whether by sea or by land.
So, no plan?
Wait, what about both at once?
Exactly. First, we send in the Von Eltia to draw their fleet out of the Narrows. Then we slip inside and open the sea gate ourselves. The Von Eltia will then break away and rush back into the channel. We'll climb aboard and push through.
One slip and we're all as good as dead.
Then don't slip and we're not dead.
Walking with the Reaper, huh?
The plan is already in motion. Let's move. This cave leads to the fortress.
Alright, we got 4 party members. What's this guy got? Oh, so he punches people. Okay. He's one of those guys, okay. He's basically a Zell or Tifa type character.
Looks like you want to die.
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons.
Flash step.
What'll it take to make you go all out?
Flash step.
Look at all these vines. They're too tangled to cut through.
I'm carrying some flint. Just burn through it.
Do you really think this is a good place for us to start a fire?
Normally, no. But we're also demons and Malakim. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're not exactly normal ourselves.
Nice. That drops my attack? Really? Yeah, Velvet does seem kind of very anti-hero at the moment.
You'll be rust on my blade. I'm dead! I'm dead!
Not even worth my time. Come on, really?
Master the round one knockout. Ooh. Yeah, no kidding.
The kid's awfully quiet. You think maybe there's something wrong with him?
Number 2's always that way.
Stop that. Calling him by a number is cruel.
What's Rokuro mean?
Well, son number 6, technically.
Same thing then.
Not even remotely. You alright, kid?
Why didn't you say something? If Aizen hadn't noticed in time, you'd be dead.
Because you ordered me to keep my mouth shut.
That's not what I meant! Why? Why would you do that?
Whoa, take it easy, Velvet.
Let me guess, kid. You were bound by an exorcist? I thought as much. The boy's will has been sealed away. Malakim have individual personalities, just like humans. But exorcists have developed methods to seal those personalities away, so they can use Malakim as uncomplaining tools.
It's pretty messed up.
Will he always be like this?
Can't say. I've never seen one escape the exorcist before.
Can't you just, like, order him to, like, not be that way?
Listen, kid. If you're ever in trouble, speak up, okay?
If I'm in trouble?
Can't you just, like, order him and be like, hey, you have free personality now, or you got free will. Do whatever. That's what I'd do anyways. Be like, hey, you no longer are bound by anything. You have free will.
You said exorcists bind Malakim's free will.
Yeah. We've lived in this land a long time, and we're our own folk, just like humans. Only a small portion of humans, Those with strong resonance, like the exorcists, were able to perceive our existence.
But the Advent changed that.
Now Malachim can be seen by ordinary people. We're being robbed of our free will and made into obedient tools. Humans praise Artorias for providing a miraculous new weapon against demons, but Malachim aren't mere objects.
Malachim aren't things?
They are.
Huh?
As far as Artorias is concerned, Malachim, demons, and humans are all nothing more than tools. Everything in service to his utopia of reason. That's all anyone is to him. Even my brother.
Can we turn it to the chest? That's cool.
Come on, really?
Yeah, he does. Well, Artorias is Artorias, not really Arthur.
You better be ready.
Out of my way!
Yo, okay, what's up, man?
Power like that.
I'd forget about it if I were you.
I'm doing pretty good. It's going pretty good. Have I fallen in love with Maggie Lou? No, but she's a great character and she's hilarious. She's absolutely hilarious, though. She's a great character.
On to battle! Victory is ours!
Didn't get a thing for it. Nice. Excuse me. Looks like something's about to go down. Who this?
Titles! Titles!
Toidles!
Are you a turtle demon or something?
No, you got it all wrong. I'm the White Toidles. Sorry about spooking you, Zol.
If you're not a demon, then perhaps you're a Moloch.
Nope, I'm just a plain old Toidles. Nothing more and nothing less. I'm sure you guys have lots of questions about me, but for now, I'd appreciate it if you could hold off on them.
Right. Sure, if you insist.
Much obliged.
The turtles are traveling merchants of considerable savvy. Their services could be quite useful for members of the underworld like us.
You don't say. Sounds handy.
You betcha. And at old White Toidle's shop, we believe the customer's smile is what matters most. That being said, this being where it is, my prices unfortunately might be a little on the high.
Oh no, you're going to give us a bargain.
I'd love to do that, C's. But when you do's business out in remote areas like this, the costs add up and, well...
You're just taking advantage of the situation.
I can't entirely deny that, but...
Then that settles it. You'll do business with us at market prices, and that's final.
Got him.
We should seal the deal with a smile, too, since it matters so much to him. Like this.
Much obliged.
Oh, man. Toidles! Interesting. Natural waistcoat. Oh man, that gives him a lot of HP. That's even more. Yeah, it seems like you can. Toidles! Toidles, man! Who's the voice actor? Hey, Running Wild. Welcome back, by the way. Yeah, nice. The Final Fantasy IX aesthetic keeps me from, like, you know, jumping in to do other things. But it's fun. Set up his defense.
You sure know how to drive a hard bargain, Velvet.
What else was I supposed to do? Would you rather I devoured him and swiped all his stuff?
You're more frightening than the Reaper.
Still, that Turtles was an interesting guy.
It's a big world, kid. Lot of strange folks out there.
So I'm discovering.
He probably took one look at us and thought the very same thing.
A demon, a Moloch, and a Reaper. We've got it all.
Ain't that the truth?
We're just a big old band of misfits. That's all we are.
Come on, really?
Drop waits for equipment improve 15 minutes and except we can't do Mystic Arts yet, so thanks, game. Mercury Satchel, ooh. Oh, I already have one of those. Oh, this one gives you the HP, an HP buff. That's pretty nice.
Looks like Ifrit's first mate has a strange superstition.
It's just a habit. Only comes up tails anyway.
What land did that coin come from? I've never seen a coin with a goddess on one side and the Reaper on the other.
Strictly speaking, that's not the Reaper on the back. It's an image of the Demon King, Daus.
Where have I heard that name before?
Tales of Fantasia.
Tell the goddess. And Daus, the Demon King. The Book of Ragnarok, Chapter 765. The Battle of Yggdrasil.
Whoa, you're awfully well read. The coin was dug up from some ancient ruins in another land. They called the place Carlin long ago. It's made from soft, ordinary gold, but they had some process to harden the metal and make it resistant to scratches.
Wow, that's a rather rare find then.
Do you like to read books?
Teresa's chamber was full of them, so I spent a lot of time reading. Ragnarok is a record of battles from the Age of Myth. I've read it several times now.
Anyway, coins like that are hard to come by. Where did you get it?
It's a long story.
Never mind then.
So, were you deciding something with that coin toss?
Not anything I can talk about yet.
Oh, I'm sorry for prying.
That was a straight up Tales of Fantasia, Tales of Symphonia reference, like right then and there. But I wonder, does this game have some sort of link with those games?
What are turtles anyway?
Turtles.
Some sort of turtle men.
Yeah, but what are they?
They are what they are. All you need to know is that they're good at peddling things.
They're probably just called turtles because they wear all those sea turtle shells on their backs. After all, Rokuro means sixth son, and that's what I am.
I was Teresa's second tethered Malachim, so I was number 2.
That's a title, not a name.
Huh?
Would someone just give the kid a name already?
A name? For me?
Name him Laphicet. Let's do it. Name him after your brother. You know you want to. So just do it. Get it over with. Just name him after your brother, Velvet. You know you want to. Everybody can see it. Oh, look at down there.
Don't waste my time. Your style is really unique.
Just wait until I pull out the good stuff.
The good stuff, he says.
There's no guard. Do we just go in?
Wait. This isn't what I expected.
There's a barrier over it?
They changed the security.
You weren't kidding, were you? That scorpion and this barrier, all part of your curse.
You'll be lucky if that's the worst of it.
A direct assault would be a bad idea. What's the plan?
Down the cliff, there should be an entrance used during the fortress's construction. We'll check that.
You did your research.
I had to, didn't I?
That's a long way down. Holy crap. Yeah, no kidding. This music sounds like Golden Sun.
Is that the way in?
This one's actually guarded.
Which means there's no barrier. Let's move, everyone.
Stop! Those guards are...
Careful! They're not what they seem!
We've transformed into demons!
What kind of curse is this, Eisen?
Didn't know.
You wouldn't expect these guards to carry the demon blight. Is this your curse again?
Probably.
If I'd charged in, that might have turned ugly. Thank you for stopping me.
Don't thank me. He's the one who noticed the danger.
In that case, I'll be counting on you to keep watch. After all, we've got a Reaper with us. Who knows what else we'll find.
Huh?
She's saying it's all right to talk.
Understood. Keeping watch.
Man, I hope we get to get this kid's free will back. That's so sad.
Looks like there are demons inside as well. Don't tell me, Eisen. You're the source of demon blight?
Nope. It's just our bad luck to be around when it's spread. This is what it means to walk with the Reaper. You've only yourselves to blame.
It works in our favor. The enemy won't be capable of an organized response.
And we're a small group. Our mobility will be an advantage in the chaos.
So, Eisen, how do we open the sea gate?
The controls ought to be located in the upper part of the gate. We'll activate them and then send a signal.
Got it. To the top of the gate, then.
Movement or die!
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
Wine.
Looks like you want to die.
They were nothing.
So close to leveling up.
Here I come!
Nothing can stop these fists!
Yo, my health though. My health. For Velvet. Almost 1337. Seriously? If I had like a +2 health boost, then we'd have elite health.
Hey, not all the ships left.
A battleship. Not good.
A fortress with a sea gate that blocks the entire strait. It's crazy what the Abbey can build.
Until recently, I might not have believed it possible.
It's no sweat, if you're using Malachim as tools.
If Malachim can be made a blade to fell demons, they can also be made a hammer to forge metal.
It's another way the Abbey and the Kingdom show their dominance to the people. It says, do not resist, submit.
It's disgusting is what it is.
Disgusting.
Agreed.
Yeah, that water's kind of pretty, I agree. That is really nice water. That is very pretty water. It reminds you of Persona 5, really? Interesting. Got him.
This door should lead to the gate, but it looks like they've got it locked up tight.
Well, brute force is out.
Intruders! How dare you set foot in our domain?
Where's the key?
I am a proud knight of Midgand. I'm not about to yield to the likes of petty demons.
There's nothing I hate more than someone else trying to control the direction of my life. My wheel is mine to hold. If I'm not the one steering the ship, then I'm not truly alive.
The one steering.
Indeed, and my entire life is devoted to the defense of this fortress.
Then you better be ready to accept all that happens to you in the line of duty.
Got him.
Maybe it's time we found out just how deep your devotion truly goes. Take it easy. There's 9 more fingers to go.
Oh, God.
Wait! The key is in the control room. It's through there.
One more question. Which way to the battleship?
Straight ahead. Up the stairs.
Got it.
Madam Scarlet, thank you for the host.
Thank you for handling that.
It just comes naturally. We need that key, but we also need to take out the battleship before it sails against the Von Eltia.
He's right. The control room or the docks? Which will it be?
Not much. How are you doing? Thank you so much
Let's
for the
start
host.
searching.
Okay.
Hope you're doing good.
You know, you're pretty good with your fists, Eisen.
Not as good as you are with your swords.
I feel like I've seen a lot of your crew with swords. Do you really never use them yourself?
No, not with the Reaper's curse, I don't. It likes to rear its head at the worst times. I've broken blades just by unsheathing them, and once, just as I was about to deliver a finishing blow, my blade separated from the hilt and went flying. That sort of thing. A sword isn't something I can rely upon when my life is at stake. I fight using only my own body. That's one less thing that can go wrong.
It's too bad you're not a swordsman. I bet we could have had a hell of a fight.
I wouldn't need a sword to make it interesting. What do you say? Want to try your sword against my curse?
Sure, if the right time comes. Just don't whine when I end up winning.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, I hope you feel better. That sucks. I'm glad your spirits are good, though.
Move it or die!
You're wide open!
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons.
Huh. What'll it take to make you go all out?
Ooh, we mastered the ring. Well, as long as things work out for you, that's all that matters, honestly. Can I not do anything with this? It's just in the way. Oh, I can go over this way. Been doing pretty good. Been chilling. Feels good to actually be playing this game again, because I played it once back on YouTube, but I never got very far with my old PC. But now this is not a concern anymore. I don't have to worry about like choppy frame rates or anything. It just works. Oh shit.
You're fighting the Reaper. How's that? See this?
Victory is ours.
Yeah, this game is very pretty. Yeah, it was a PS4 game. Look at that guy. Look at this fucking guy. Holy shit.
I unleashed all my power. Maybe I overdid it.
I unleashed all my power. Oh yeah. Yeah, I noticed you guys play a lot of like this copyrighted music on your EverQuest streams. Oof, I hope that doesn't hit you guys really hard. That sucks. Yeah, that's why I try to avoid any kind of copyrighted music and hopefully just go with game music. Well, that's good. I'm glad it hasn't like gotten to you. I feel like video game music should be exempt though.
Well, here's where the real show starts. Do we have a plan, First Mate?
The fortress guards are almost all ordinary soldiers. Just a handful of exorcists to deal with.
They went to the trouble to build this huge gate. You'd think they'd keep it better defended.
You don't need an army of exorcists to keep a bunch of disorganized pirates under control, do you?
As long as they're fighting ordinary humans, the Royal Army would suffice.
So a few exorcists as officers is all they need.
It was built as a symbol of the Empire. But it seems Artorias is the one really giving the orders. The Abbey directs security and defense, and Imperial soldiers are under Exorcist command.
We aim for the Exorcists then. The harder they are, the more fun it'll be.
Ready to bust some heads?
I'd rather cut them, actually.
Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't get out of hand. That's all that matters,
Looks
really.
like you wanna die.
Yeah, but definitely be cautious so you don't get hit by that. I would hate for that to happen. That would suck. As long as they don't go full YouTube, then I'm okay with that. Hey, level up twice. Nice. As long as they don't go full YouTube. Because what YouTube did was stupid. Hopefully it's a one and done thing.
This seems to be the place. Let's split up and look for the key.
We'll search the other room.
Aha! Found it.
Got a new compass.
Don't get so worked up over a little thing like that. It's proof you're alive.
The bump is?
No, I'm talking about the pain.
But I'm scared of pain.
Well, kid, who isn't?
Even you?
Anyway, boys sure are fascinated by the weirdest things.
Fascinated?
You like this, right?
I don't really know. But after I saw one in a book, I got a little curious about it, and I felt...
You felt excited, didn't you?
Yeah. I guess so. Do you know why the needle points north? Who figured out how to make it work? I thought that if I had one of these, maybe I could go on adventures. It's exciting.
When you feel that way, you should talk about it. About what you like and dislike. If you're happy or scared. After all, you're alive.
I'm... alive.
That's just my opinion, though. Not an order. Got that?
Understood.
You found it? Now we can get that gate open.
We needed a compass too. Nice work.
Thank you.
Now
Nice.
Take care of that ship.
Right. To the docks.
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
My compass fell on my head and gave me a bump.
Let me take a look. Oh, wow, yeah, that's a big one. Bet that must hurt.
Yeah. But at least I'm still alive.
Are you saying that pain is proof that you're really alive?
That's what Velvet told me.
Well, don't worry. I'll just push your bump back down, you'll be good as new.
Wait, what?
I'm just messing with you. Don't sweat it.
Stop fooling around, you two. We have to hurry. Once we get back to the ship, just borrow some sugar and rub it on your bump. It'll make the swelling go down.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Somebody needs to confirm if that actually works. Does that actually work? Is that for real?
I promise I won't get mad if you talk.
Okay.
Does that actually work? It sounds kind of far-fetched, but... Really? Sugar?
Your style is really unique.
Just wait until I pull out the good stuff.
Test it out on stream for science. Here, let me go smash my head against the wall real quick. I know, right? Sugar? Really? That's like the last thing I would expect to bring down swelling. I think you would need like ice or something. Yo, Pillsbury, what's up, buddy?
You're awfully fond of that, aren't you? Still, you should keep it in your bag for now.
I'll put it in my bag.
Good. You know, that's a nice bag. It looks made to last.
It's Moritz silk.
I've never heard of Moritz silk.
It's a fine fabric woven from the threads of the Dandarantula spider. It's got a delicate sheen, it's soft as a baby's skin, it's light and stretchable, it breathes, and it's quite durable. But that's not all. Its most fantastic quality is how it absorbs impact.
My, but you're quite the scholar.
Knowledge and experience help you sniff out the best treasure. If you go and stuff every single scrap of plunder you find into your ship, she'll keel over.
That does make sense.
What I'm getting at is, your bag is the best place for you to keep that compass stored.
Keep that thing safe. We need it. All right?
All right.
He's slowly becoming human again. That's great. No longer like a mindless zombie. We already opened that. We can't get anything out of there. I hope they just name him Laphicet. Just name him after Velvet's brother. Instead of this number 2. Oh, we got loot over there.
Don't waste my time.
Hold stop! Hold stop!
The kid really didn't have much of a choice, though. As he got all of his will taken away from him. Literally just got all of his will just taken away. There was a loud noise below.
Here I come.
I unleashed all my power. Maybe I overdid it.
I unleashed all my powers. This lady will chop them. Yeah, she will literally devour them, actually.
You better be ready.
I can't even call that a fight.
Looks like you want to die. I'll stop you.
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons.
Don't waste my time. You won't get any
pity or compassion from me.
Big giant monster arm.
How do you plan to stop the battleship?
It's equipped with large cannons. The plan is to use their gunpowder against them.
Huh. So blow it up from the inside? Sounds like a plan.
Always ready to fight. Victory is ours.
Come on, really?
Got some sake. Oh, look at this guy.
An exorcist praetor?
The docks are up ahead. Like it or not, we're coming through.
Hey, wait! Are you intruders? I suppose it doesn't matter. I will cut down any who consort with demons. Face the fury of the Rangetsu sword style.
Stand aside, Aizen.
No, you stay back. I'll take care of this one.
Sorry. This prey is mine.
Oh?
Get in my way and I'll kill you too.
You mocking the Reaper.
Let's go!
We're running out of time. You folks handle the ship.
Careful, Rokuro. He's...
I know. He's holding back.
Let's go.
Where did you learn the Rangetsu style?
I studied directly under the Legate Shigure of the Abbey.
Lies. He'd never take on a student. Let me guess. He taught you a few things one time when he was super bored, and then crushed you with them.
Hey, you mastered it. Nice. Twin Blade Ignicite? The 2 random skills to equipment. Oh.
Is it done, Aizen?
We're set. It also serves as a good signal for the Von Eltia.
Well, that was about the saddest practice I've ever had. But at least I learned where he is.
Oh.
Yo, the Abbey's my goal now too. Now I can do what I have to do and repay my debt at the same time.
Is that your doing?
What? Is there a problem?
No.
A fine companion for the Reaper.
Explosions.
Everything's ready. Let's get our gate on.
Between your sword style and that giant blade you shoulder, I wonder if you've got Rangetsu blood in you.
I do. What of it?
Have you heard the name Kushi-Yamada? I hear they're smiths with some connection to House Rangetsu.
Yeah, they're a distant relation, a clan of kitchen knife makers. Why, are you interested in cooking?
No. I just heard they were fine blades. Thought one would make a good gift.
Don't. Kushi-Yamada knives are cursed.
Hmm?
The blades themselves are excellent, but they give whoever holds one the urge to strike out at anyone and everyone. I've heard they use the blood of women they love in making their blades, but the truth is a mystery.
What?
The clan died out after they all turned on each other. The blades were all supposed to be melted down into slag.
I suppose that's why talk of them is hard to come by these days.
Such is the fate of House Rangetsu. Or maybe it's just in our blood.
Sounds like there's even more to your clan than the rumors say.
Better than there being less, I suppose.
The blood of the women that they love? What? Jeez, dude. This game is dark. It keeps getting darker, and it's great, but wow. And that boat looks wrecked. Alright, nice.
All right, it's open.
What was that?
It's the Von Eltia telling us they're approaching. Hurry!
All right. We'll pop the gate open for her. Quickly.
All right. Quickly.
Don't get overconfident.
Your style is really unique.
Just wait until I pull out the good stuff.
Let's see, anything better? That drops his attack down to 105? Why? These are supposed to be better, like, weapons, and they're like, nah.
Always ready to fight.
Let's go! See this?
Come on, really?
Not the ladder. I can't attack when they're on the ladder.
So, this opens the gate.
One side, yes. The gate has 2 giant doors side by side, with matching levers to open each.
Makes sense.
All right, let's find the other device.
But that's where we came from. Soy sauce. Nice.
And it's open.
Let's meet up with the Von Eltia. Back to the docks.
Really? Give her some glasses if we really wanted to.
I can't let you do that. This is my fortress!
There goes the compass. Again. Combo and activate a Mystic Art. Let's go. Yo, we got a Mystic Art, finally!
Demon Blight again.
I call this an improvement.
The compass.
Let's go!
Ho ho ho! This boss theme sounds good. Got him.
The docks are swarming with demons. The Von Eltia will be overrun. Rats, we don't have long.
Eisen, can you signal for them to go through without stopping?
That'd keep them safe. But what about us?
We'll jump down onto it as it goes past. Is there another option? Eisen, give some kind of sign.
There's no need. The Von Eltia will sail through.
Without an order?
It was part of my plan. Welcome to the Ifried Way.
Ooh, anime.
It's coming at full speed!
Let's get a move on then.
Will this really work?
Do you want the Reaper's reassurance?
That thing's gonna come to life, isn't it?
Wait, what are you?
Knew it.
Don't scare me like that.
I'm sorry. Yes! Nailed it! You're lucky Mommy lives around.
Let's go.
How do you not rip through the sails, though? Hey, everybody leveled up. Nice. Oh, I bet 2 of those are Mystic Arts. Geostigma? What is this? Final Fantasy VII? Characters learn a Mystic Art can perform it by holding left trigger with 3 or more BG. Performing break souls is the best method of restoring BG. I mean, I do that all the time. Oh, really? Interesting. So the more use in art, the higher chance of getting more BG. Okay.
Nicely done!
You're not going to thank your savior for her crafty cannonballing?
Are you nuts? I told you to stay away from the cannons, not bang on them.
But it was fun! And everything worked out, right?
I'm sorry.
If it's that important to you, keep it safe. You wouldn't want to lose it again.
Give it. I need to set a course. Fine. You read it for me then.
Yeah.
But listen, kid. Give me one false reading and you're shark bait.
Better work hard.
What's Laphicet?
It's a name. Your name.
There it is.
My name? Laphicet.
It's a fine name.
Well, it's no Magilu.
We're through the channel. Give us a course, Laphicet.
Aye, aye, sir. We're headed straight for Logres.
Named him after her brother. I knew that would happen. I had a feeling it was gonna happen. And there it is.
Now this is refreshing. Sailing into port like normal people.
Well done, boy. The sharks are gonna go hungry tonight.
Yes, I'm glad.
This won't be a problem? Docking a pirate ship here?
So, how were the northern seas, Eisen?
Helavis and Vortigern are in ruins. Trade with Northgand will likely be disrupted for quite some time.
Well, I like the sound of that. I'll have to act quickly.
Any word of the captain?
Aye. It's an old rumor. But they say Captain Eifried was sent to Titania.
The island prison overseen by the exorcists, huh? We'll have to look into that.
I registered your vessel as one of our merchantmen, same as always. But even so, stay on guard. There's a grand ceremony being held in Logres. Lots of watchful eyes about.
I see. So they exchange information for mooring.
Information. For mooring?
Having the latest news gives merchants a chance to make favorable trades.
So it's worth protecting a pirate.
I bet Eisen and his crew have connections like this in nearly every port.
Not even the Abbey's iron decrees can withstand the force known as human greed.
I see.
Don't bother going to Titania. You won't find Eifried there.
And how do you know that?
Because I escaped from there. And before I did, I heard something from the prisoners. They said Eifried was the only prisoner to ever get out alive, and that he was taken by an old exorcist named Melchior.
Lord Melchior is an elder legate at the Abbey. He should always be present at the headquarters.
Don't call him Lord.
Von Eifried's our captain. It's starting to look like his disappearance has connections with the highest levels of the Abbey.
Their headquarters should be in the capital, right?
Yes, at the Royal Villa in Logres. I've never been there, though.
And Velvet, your business is with a man in the capital, right?
Looks like we're all headed to the same place.
I won't apologize for involving you.
Usually I'm the one who says that.
I think this is about as far as I got when I played on YouTube back then. I'll be right back though.
Please stand by.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think this is the town where the frame rate just like died. Like it would drop down to 30 for like no reason. That's what happened to me on my old PC. But now it doesn't seem to be doing that. Yeah, it seems to be fine.
By the way, there's the little matter of your ship. My men brought her through the gate as well. We're going to use her as a scouting vessel.
Do what you want. We stole it in the first place.
A scouting vessel?
I've assigned Benwick to her. He'll give you the details.
Neat.
Eisen told us to come see you. What's all this about a scouting ship?
We're going to explore the outer seas. Oh, let me explain. Beyond the reaches of our kingdom lie vast, open oceans we call the outer seas.
And you're going to explore them? What for?
To make a map of the whole world, of course.
A map of the whole world.
That's right. Ifrit's pirates have many ambitions, one of which is the creation of a complete map describing the whole world. In fact, the Von Eltias already sailed all the way to the far continent for that very reason.
That's amazing.
You guys sure dream big.
I still don't get it.
Yeah, me neither. A map of a bunch of places nobody cares about? Big deal.
Well, regardless, if we're going to find anything in the vast waters, we'll need a lot of luck. We'd like to borrow some of yours.
And just how do you plan on doing that?
I want you to use your gut instincts to tell us where to look. In exchange, the Von Eltia will be at your service. And you can keep anything we find in our explorations.
Ooh.
You'll be able to assign us new orders from any location by using a kind of messenger bird called a sylph jay.
Who knows? We might even come across some good treasure. Or maybe some rare food. Or brand new recipes.
That's a lot of treasure you could find.
Doesn't sound bad to me. It won't take much of our time, and besides, it could be interesting.
You're right. Okay, as long as I'm not responsible for how things turn out, I guess I can help.
All right, then I'll tell you what you need to know.
Sweet.
Scout ship setting sail. Take a look at this.
Huh.
So now we just wait for news.
Who knows what we'll find? A sunken ship full of treasure, maybe?
Underwater ruins? Desert islands?
New shipping lanes, perhaps.
Some fish would be enough for me, especially if they sell well.
My thoughts exactly. Tuna or yellowtail or sturgeon.
That's pretty cool.
Have you heard? Marcus and his pirates were taken out by the Royal Navy.
So, they even got Marcus's crew now.
Of the 4 pirate kings who terrorized Midgand, only Ifrid and his crew remain.
Aren't the seas still swarming with pirates?
Only small fry that rob small civilian ships on the sly. But the only pirates left that can pick a fight with the Royal Navy and win are Ifrid and his crew.
In other words, the only ship left that's truly free is the Von Eltia.
For a merchant, you really seem to like these pirates.
He may be crooked, but money's not all he's after. If profit was his only desire, he could have made more by selling us out.
But that'd be too boring, don't you think? The fun's in making a killing by breaking the rules.
You're a funny guy.
And that's why Ifrid goes through him whenever we need to dock here.
Well, I can't say I've ever met a human like him.
Today our entire stock is half off.
Crabs are amazing, right? Oh yeah! They're delicious, boiled or grilled. Even their innards are yummy. And 5 sets of legs, that's so many! That's all true. But what really makes them amazing is their miraculous ability to regenerate. They can detach their own legs when a predator attacks, which lets them get away.
It's called autotomy.
And then, not long after they detach their leg, a new one grows from the stump.
Really? So you're saying we need to catch lots of crabs, then scare them so they detach their own legs?
That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. We can harvest as much as we like. No one's thought of this before. We're geniuses.
Huh.
They're gonna make a
I never
killing.
knew that. I thought only lizards could regrow a lost body part, and only their tails.
Lizards. Do you think Dial's tail can grow back?
If it does, we could make a killing by selling dial tails.
Would they be tasty?
No idea.
Ugh, no way.
Oh, God. What's this? Tails coins. An all divide? Oh man. All divides are great.
The wind's kicking and the tide's flowing, and we're stuck here.
Then why not just set sail?
Not going to happen. The Abbey hasn't given us permission yet.
And we would need their permission. Why?
The kingdom keeps a strict watch on harbors and sea routes. It's like they've erected walls and gates in the sea.
Aha! Midgand is spread across a number of islands. The sea is the only way to get from one place to another. If they can control the ships, they can control the flow of people, goods, and even information.
Exactly. They even created that fortress, Vortigern, to help them do just that.
It's restrictive, but it's also necessary. Demons are out at sea too, and exorcists are the only ones who can stand against them.
Even still, it rubs me the wrong way. A sea dog obeys nothing but the winds and the waves.
Yarg. Good to know there's gonna be a free life bottle there for whenever we come back here. We got absolutely nothing for that. Nice. Alright, now we're getting some good stuff here. At least I thought we were. Oh, this is. That ups the defense, which is good. Why has he gotta drop so much other stuff? Rip my HP. Calcite fragment. Dismantle. Ugh. So much stuff just drops all my other stats. It's kind of annoying. That guy still needs to learn all this other crap too before we can actually put things to use. Need some lemon gels and apple gels. Well, we got apple gels, but...
I've heard there's a prison island somewhere where they keep the worst of the worst. But it's a hard tale to swallow.
It's true.
And the rumors that hundreds of demons are in prison there?
Fact.
People say that no one has ever escaped from there alive.
That one's a lie. After all, we're here.
Wait, you don't mean...
Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you'll fare worse than anyone on that island.
Yes, sir. I didn't hear a thing.
Yeah, but what all the people that are around us, though? They've surely heard something. 6 Tails coins, ooh. I didn't hear a thing, but everybody else did.
Sir, scouts have reported seeing a powerful demon. Its danger level has been classified as Code Red.
Understood. I'll notify the Abbey we have a code red demon in our midst. Send out an emergency alert to the neighboring areas.
Right!
With wild demons this close to the capital, the Abbey must have had its hands full.
Eisen, what did he mean by a code red demon?
It's like a most wanted list for demons. From the latest I've heard, there's around 10 such demons across the territories.
Oh, they sound pretty tough.
That would be putting it lightly. Suffice it to say, you wouldn't want to face one unprepared.
Then we'd best be prepared.
Let's get going. While we're wasting time here, the Abbey is digging in.
Oh, so like super bosses then. Fleeing takes 4 times as long. We got a typo in there. It should be 4 times as long, but okay.
Very well. Onward to Logris.
Wait, you're coming too?
You said you heard about Ifrit on the prison island, right?
I heard an exorcist legate named Melchior took him away. I don't know anything beyond that.
Neither do I. What about you, Magilu?
Word is he was taken away about a year ago. Caused quite a stir, if I remember right. Everything about him was kept a tight secret. No one even knew what cell he was in.
Ifrit is an ordinary human, right?
Yeah. He doesn't have the abilities of an exorcist. And he isn't a demon either.
Weird. I mean, if they were just trying to bust up his gang, why capture him but leave the crew free?
If not his gang, what business does the Abbey have with him then?
We've cast our nets wide and can't come up with any explanation. We'll free him, though. His place is on the sea with us.
And you're convinced he's still alive?
They wouldn't have any problems killing a pirate who caused them trouble.
If the Abbey took him alive and for questioning, it means he has something they really want.
But he isn't the type to change his ways or bend his knee on anyone's orders.
He holds his own tiller.
Precisely.
Why did you come back to us?
I could tell you all missed me something awful.
We didn't. At all.
And what about your search for this traitor?
He slipped away yet again. I've no clue where he ran off to.
You're a witch. Can't you use a spell or something?
My spellcraft works kind of like a 3-legged race. It simply requires my backstabbing, slippery accomplice.
Like a con artist needs an accomplice.
I am not a con artist!
I'm not going to help you find your traitor, you know.
How cold! Such an icy stare could freeze fire!
And you don't have anyone else?
Well, no.
Do you have a home to return to?
Nope.
Do you know a trade other than magic?
Nope.
What is it, Laphicet?
Magilu's story made my chest feel funny. And my nose is runny.
The witch has no friends, no home, and no purpose. I think what you're feeling is pity.
Pity?
It's when you feel sorrow for someone else.
I pity Magilu.
Oh, come on!
I pity her. Nice. That's a noise.
Flash!
Be
Nice.
proud. You made me unleash my full power.
I wasn't expecting him to bust out the mystic art right away, but dang.
On to battle.
No mercy! Wounds that will
Come on, really?
Now you can learn these.
I'll finish this quick. Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try. Perfect mayhem!
Nice.
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons.
Oh, Beast Fang is... Oh, wow. It's better... That looks so cool looking, though. I'll have to do it after I use to learn the Calcite Blade bonus.
You better be ready.
We're finished here. Let's go.
Don't waste my time.
I'll cut down anyone in my way.
Just like that, we have 3 again. Yeah, so this is as far as I did get.
Wow. Those walls. They're so huge.
That's Logris, the capital of the Empire. They keep demons out by enclosing the city within a great wall.
Humanity has achieved great things on the backs of slave Malakim.
Why the surprise, Laphicet? You've been here before, right?
I have. But back then, I was not who I am now.
I see. Tethered Malakim aren't even allowed the freedom to observe their surroundings.
We'll soon lose such freedom ourselves.
Huh?
We've reached the heart of the Empire, and of the Abbey. Soldiers and exorcists are stationed all around. This is no place for a collection of villains like us.
I'm not looking for a place. All I need to find is Artorias. That's it.
compassion from me.
So they mastered that.
Looks like you want to die. I wish I had power like that.
I'd forget about it if I were you.
Let's see if this is the town I remember.
An inspection.
They won't inspect everyone. Just act natural.
Your face is all stiff.
I know.
Yep, this was the town that lagged.
You, in the black coat. Show me your documentation. Well? Your travel permit from the Abbey, where is it?
Foolish girl, how many times have I told you? A magician's apprentice must wear a pleasant grin.
Magician?
Verily, I present to you the traveling troupe of mischievous misfits known across the land as Magilou's Menagerie.
Entertainment for the ceremony?
Why, yes, indeed we are, my dear. Please pardon my uncouth apprentice. Girl, allay the good man's fears and show him the dove trick you've spent all these weeks on. Go to...
Huh? Oh, sorry, mistress. I forgot to prepare.
You pathetic little shirker! A proper performer is perpetually prepared!
It's fine. Doves flying around would be a nuisance.
No, this will not do. If you cannot summon a dove, then act like one. Act like a dove!
Coo.
Remember, Magilou's Menagerie manufactures mirth. That was just a small sample for the good citizenry of Logris.
Hey, you can't advertise here! Move along!
As you say.
Cheesy, but works.
That was a fine ploy, Magilou.
Well, don't expect tricks like that every day. Coo. Oh, that murderous gaze! Coo.
Those doves were amazing.
Just a crude trick. If anything, it just shows the capital's defenses are pathetic.
More like it shows how much confidence they have in those defenses. How many soldiers are here, Laphicet?
The number of exorcists in the capital? At least 1,000. And 2 divisions of guards.
I'd expect no less from the capital. They're not careless. They're covered.
We need transit documents.
See how the citizens smile? To think they were fleeing from demons just a few years ago.
To hold an observance of this scale shows just how much peace their power has brought.
A piece paid for with Loffies.
Velvet?
So yeah, this is the town that would like lag for me on stream, and now it doesn't do it anymore. Yeah, this is as far as I ever got.
Take a look at this.
This recipe looks real tasty.
Scout ship setting sail.
Let's see, cook and eat. Fresh pirate platter, tuna, soy sauce.
Food's ready. It's nothing special. Food's ready. It's nothing special. You sure you want me for this?
The Abbey's job is getting harder and harder. We've all got to give them our full support.
Let's backtrack a bit. Just what sort of organization is this Abbey?
You're kidding me. How do you not even know that?
The Abbey is part of Midgand's Church of the Empyreans. Originally, it was an order of paladins and warrior priests devoted to exorcising evil.
Yeah. The Abbey's official name is the Exorcist Abbey of the Church of Midgand. Nowadays, its members are all called exorcists.
I'm impressed. You've done your research.
So basically, they're just one branch of the church, right? For a side branch, they don't really strike me as humble.
Of course not. The High Priest entrusted all his power to the Abbey's leader, Lord Artorius. He's effectively retired.
So the Abbey's leader is at the top of the entire church.
That's not all. The prince also gave Lord Artorius authority over all military and government affairs during the crisis.
Lord Artorius commands Midgand now, and has formed a new theocracy to combat the demon blight.
And that is the origin of the Holy Midgand Empire. The Abbey is its foundation, and its ray of hope.
Wow, okay, got it. The Abbey's a big deal.
And all that 3 years ago? Jeez, dude.
Right now, Prince Percival is the one ruling Midgand. He's the Crown Prince.
The Crown Prince? What happened to the king?
The king is in good health, but he's decided to withdraw from public life and leave the kingdom to Prince Percival. He declared that a new way of thinking was needed to save the world from this crisis.
This king sounds like quite the guy.
Prince Percival is incredible too. He's following in the footsteps of the king by working hand in hand with Lord Artorius and the Abbey. As long as we have Lord Artorius and Prince Percival, the future of Midgand is bright. Ask anyone.
Got it. So all of Midgand is on Artorius' side.
Tomato. This kind of reminds me of that one big city in Tales of Vesperia. You know, there was like a huge battle that went down in it too. I think it was like a guild city. I forgot its name. It was really awesome though. I should probably sell all these silver coins that I keep finding. Got some zucchini. Yeah, 62 of them.
Mommy, when's the prince gonna talk? The exorcists are coming too, right?
I'm sure they will, dear. People are saying it's going to be a very important announcement about the Abbey.
I want to see the exorcists! We need to thank them for saving us from the demons!
You're right. We all have to show them our gratitude and help them however we can.
Yeah! I'll follow follow the rules, too. I won't be selfish.
They sure are popular.
Because these people don't know the truth.
You think that's so? That the exorcists are fighting the demons they themselves cannot. That's why the people support the exorcists.
If only they knew. So much of the same stuff. The pirates from the outer seas are after your booty. Take this to a shop. Okay. After your booty. Ooh. Oh, this is actually really good. HP recovery on defeating foes. Gotta master these first before I can actually equip anything that's decent. How can they see anything with those helmets on? They have worse vision than a stormtrooper. Oh, I get BG game from the Break Soul. Music's getting quieter up here. Interesting. Kind of makes me think the music's actually being played in the town. That's where we came in.
Listen to those cheers. The royals sure have these folks in line.
Subjects, may I have your attention? It is I, Percival Asgard, Crown Prince of the Midgard Empire. His Majesty, my father, and I are pleased to celebrate with you on this auspicious day.
The ceremony started. It'll be impossible to slip in now.
After the opening, 10 years ago, our kingdom faced an existential threat, both from demons and the terrible spread of demon blight. However, one man raised a miraculous sword and stood so that the body and soul of the land
Over there.
would not be
You can
lost.
climb up if you want, but attacking now would
And
be
the
suicide.
name of that man was Artorius Coldbrand!
Oh boy.
None here, I trust, are unfamiliar with Artorius' noble act. To bring us salvation from demons, he sacrificed everything.
But he's a murderer.
He called Lord Innominat one of the 5 Empyreans and blessed us with the strength of the Malachim.
But he's a murderer! Velvet!
He serves as a shining beacon of reason in this world of turmoil. And reason is what binds us.
But you killed him! You took everything that I loved!
So raise your voices in praise to Artorius' devoted work, to the Savior who purifies evil and guides our flock. Let us call him our Shepherd! Shepherd Artorius! Shepherd Artorius! Shepherd Artorius!
Artorius!
Shepherd Artorius! Shepherd Artorius!
Anime. Oh, there he is.
Even though the world was filled with suffering, I had to ask something tremendous of you all. I entrusted you to endure the pains of reason. I asked you to bind yourselves with shackles of your own will. For the only blade that can expel calamity is one forged from unshaking reason, and the iron will to do what must be done. And now that very blade stands ready, before all of us today. I offer my body and my life, in service to the people of this great land.
He's full of shit.
With the blessings of the Empyrean Innominat, I will guide you to a world without calamity. And this world's suffering will be nothing but a distant memory!
Now's your chance, Velvet.
But you're the one who murdered.
Fool, they'll see us.
You're the one who killed Laphicet.
What?
Damn.
The Shepherd Artorius. That's who you're after?
Oh, and here I was hoping you'd just straight up pounce on him.
That would be certain death. No. I need a sword of reason and will. That's the only thing that can kill him.
Killing Lord Artorias.
Playing it safe? Boring! Regrettably, it is at this juncture we go our separate ways. I've got a bit of hunting to do.
No one's stopping you.
Goodbye.
Farewell! May your days be fruitful and your nights tormented!
If our enemy's calling himself a shepherd, he won't be going into hiding. Let's take this slowly.
The old man behind him. Melchior, I take it?
Yeah.
Let's gather information on these people. If we know what they're planning, we can find a weakness.
They're the most powerful men in the land. If we're going to look into them, we need a lead first.
Eisen, do you have any underworld contacts in the capital itself? Like your friend at the port?
I don't go inland much, I'm afraid. But Eifried has close ties to a shadow guild. A tavern in the city, run by an old man called Baskerville, serves as a front for them.
A shadow guild? Those sorts of things actually exist?
That settles it. Let's head to that tavern. They'll have food, I'm sure.
Why not?
My stomach made a weird noise.
That's another sign that you're alive.
The exorcists sure were out in full force to see the shepherd's inauguration, weren't they?
What about that guy you're after? Was he there?
What, and have to stand around looking all proper? Nah, that's not his style.
But I thought he was one of the top exorcists.
That wouldn't matter to him.
Huh. All right.
Actually, Velvet, speaking of the shepherd, I noticed he wasn't using his right arm. Was he hurt or something?
Yeah. He was badly wounded a long time ago. He lost the use of his sword arm.
That's what I figured.
But don't get the wrong idea. He's still a master swordsman with his left arm.
I can tell that from the way he moves. His movements are steady and measured, and his chi is centered below his navel.
Huh? Why does that matter?
Some people say that all the body's spiritual energy gathers in a place about 2 finger widths below the navel.
Even when he appears to be in a state of total peace, his guard is never down. He's a formidable adversary. And I think I know why my target has placed himself at Artorias' side. Because now I want to take Artorias down too.
Got a holy bottle, which is nice. What, the wall doesn't have claw marks? I could. Aw, they should have stayed. To show Velvet where she climbed up. The wall should have stayed. This should have had those claw marks in there still. That would have been cool.
Shepherd! Savior of mankind who guides us through the darkness. What an appropriate title for Lord Artorias. I believe in him. As long as we have Shepherd Artorias, we'll make it through this era of disaster.
Shepherd Artorias?
How pompous can you get?
Artorias has already seized control of all religious and secular power in Midgand. But now that he's taken on this new title, he's no longer just an authority figure. He's become the very hope of the masses.
A dangerous opponent indeed.
After seeing that, will you still fight him?
Of course I will. He could be a god for all I care. I'll have my vengeance. No matter what.
Oh, we're determined. Determined. Ooh, that opposite's attack too. Let's do this one for now. Adventure item pack. Might as well just get this all going. Not even reading half of that stuff. I think it's just costumes. Look at all the stuff we have. So what was that fashion stuff? Japan? What the hell? Look at them, look at them pigtails. Oh, I like this. I like the long ponytail. I'm keeping that. Oh, okay, that's what that was. Okay. Which Tails character is this? Wearing it might attract money? Costume BGM? I can make him look really like her brother. It frightens children. Oh God. I forgot. I don't know whose Tails outfit that was though. I like that so much better. A long ponytail.
He may be the shepherd now, but no one knows who he was before the Advent, or what he did.
No, they don't.
But he showed up one day with a mallet in tow, routed the demons, and formed a band of skilled young exorcists.
That sounds pretty suspicious.
Right? But the kingdom readily acknowledged his abilities and his conviction, and threw its full support behind him.
Maybe he plans on usurping power for himself.
Not likely. He's worked tirelessly to rebuild the church and state, and shore up the royal family's position.
Lining his pockets from the state coffers, then.
Not the slightest chance. Rather, he's got all the other higher-ups worried he's working himself to death.
Then what's he after?
Maybe there is no ulterior motive. Maybe he is our shepherd. Whatever the case, if he hadn't shown up when he did 3 years ago, Midgand would be a smoking ruin.
I'll finish this quick.
Come on, really?
Hey, level up. Nice.
Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try. Perfect mayhem!
He just punched the crap out of a snake. Just so you know. That just happened right now.
Sorry to cut you down.
He just punched the crap out of a snake. That was amazing.
Take a look at this. Scout ships.
I'll cut down anyone in my way!
None may pass.
Don't get overcome.
Your style is really unique.
Just wait until I pull out the good stuff.
You'd think they had the music looping better than that, than having it fade out.
If you want to live, get out of my way.
Ooh, Stone Lance. I like that. I really do like that, though. I like the ponytail, I really do, but it's also it's a really short ponytail. Or maybe it's the gear that she's wearing that it clashes with. Damn.
You won't get any pity or compassion from me.
So what Tales game is that outfit from? Because it changed the music to it. It's probably one I never played because I don't recognize the music or the outfit.
Looks like you want to die.
Not even worth my time.
Curse you, invisible walls.
Move it or die. I wish I had power like that.
I'd forget about it if I were you.
That's right, we can't go through here either way. So I guess that tavern's actually in the town that we were just in. It's not in a different one. I thought it might have been somewhere else because it didn't really list it on the map. That's weird. I remember closing Chrome out like ever. Potato. We got that shop there. Oh, maybe we can enhance stuff now. Which of these actually gives me the better, like, bang for my, Those emotes are so weird. This one gives me the HP boost. And that's about it. So what the hell could it be then?
Lord Artorias' speech was so wonderful. I teared up halfway through.
I was so worried when the demons appeared. I am so glad I put my faith in the Abbey.
The exorcists put their lives on the line to protect us. We've got to do what we can to help.
I want to marry the shepherd when I grow up.
Now that's popularity.
Ignorance is bliss.
Okay. I'll probably just end up killing you too. Most hardcore organ playing ever.
That is one impressive cathedral. It fits the capital.
Yes.
It's incredible.
As I heard. It wasn't built using Moloch arts, but the latest architectural engineering techniques. Look at those arches, the mathematical logic, the structural ornamentation. This is an architectural marvel.
So, is that Empyrean in there?
I highly doubt it. Empyrean worship has become mostly symbolic over the years. This cathedral wasn't built as a place of worship. It's commemorative, to celebrate the continent's unification.
In other words, a show of power.
That explains why they spared no expense.
It's too early to be impressed. This is just the entrance, and it's unfinished. They're constructing a colossal temple inside here. They say it'll take centuries to complete.
Centuries? That's insane. How could they think that's a good idea?
Your guess is as good as mine. I suppose that sometimes humans just have a need to push their limits.
Yeah, seriously.
The Reaper and a demon are shaking their heads at this overwrought monstrosity. Intrinsic worth, 0.
I wonder what it'll look like when it's finished.
Come, sinner, and repent your wicked deeds.
Repent? Are you talking to me?
Yes. When I look at your vestments around your chest, your hips, I can tell your sins are many and deep.
Say that again. Exactly what were you staring at?
Well, mankind is rife with sin, and I am no different. You must acknowledge your misdeeds and confess them to the great Empyreans. By confronting your sinful urges, you will be empowered to resist them.
Is that so? You're saying I just need to confess all the bad things I've done?
Yes. Confess your darkest sins, my child, assured that none is beyond the forgiveness of the Empyreans.
Empyreans, hear my confession. When I was in prison, I instigated a riot and used it to break myself out.
Huh?
Then I set fire to some warehouses in town and stole a ship to make my getaway. Then I teamed up with some pirates to destroy a military fortress. I killed anyone who got in my way.
What?
What do you think, Father? Will the Empyreans forgive me?
I think you should turn yourself into the Abbey and let them help you repent.
That's convenient. I'm already planning on going to the Abbey. You see, I'm going to kill their boss, Artorias.
I need an exorcist over here! Quick! Somebody! Anybody!
That's about how I figured it'd go.
Oh god. This straight up just dumped it all on him. That was pretty straightforward. What the hell's the tavern at, though? I don't see one in this town. Maybe it's in the previous port that we were in. That would make a little bit more sense, maybe.
be rushed on my blade.
They were nothing.
Don't get up.
Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try! Perfect mayhem!
This uppercut of the snake. Again, that's so great.
Come on, really?
Storage HP? That's my defense.
Here I come!
Sorry to cut you down.
Killing flash! But I'm this close! I won't miss! Form zero! You're wide open! You're wide open!
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons. Don't get overconfident. Well then, let's move on.
Level up.
Take a look at this.
Almost.
I knew this would be big. What a treasure!
Ooh.
Scout ship setting.
A pendant. Nothing of any worth to me.
Hey, we found a treasure chest. So, the tavern's in... Oh my god. But I went everywhere in there. I went everywhere in that stupid town. I went over there for nothing.
Looks like you want to die.
Won't I won't see it cut! Clear up!
That wasn't worth the effort.
I'll end this quickly.
We're finished here. Let's go.
That's really annoying. I went everywhere in that town. Apparently I didn't find everything. And I thought I did.
Your style is really unique.
Just wait until I pull out the good stuff.
Looks like you want to die.
Come on, really?
Level up! Nice. Avalanche Fang.
I'll finish this quick.
I unleashed all my power. Maybe I overdid it.
So it's here. I went everywhere here. Pretty sure. If I did go everywhere, I would have found the tavern, so apparently I didn't. Sure still seems like I went everywhere, though. Doggo! That's blocked off. That's blocked off. Sure as hell no tavern over here that I can see. Wait, what? I don't know where I haven't gone. We've been up here. Maybe there was another exit in the cathedral? No, there's not. This isn't a Resident Evil cathedral. There's sake in it, though. Find a tavern. I think it's gonna be the purple one. I think those are actually taverns, and I'm just dumb. Yep.
What'll it be?
Some food for the boy.
Mabo curry is our specialty. It takes a week to stew properly.
Mabo curry.
Some of that, then. Say, do you know a man named Baskerville? I heard we might find him here.
That old man?
A scoundrel and criminal who went against the rules of the Abbey. They executed him long ago.
Oh.
Oh.
Velvet, this mabo curry is amazing.
You get along so well. Is he your brother?
No.
Might as well be.
No, he wouldn't be, would he? After all, your brother was murdered before your eyes.
What?
How do you know that?
The shadows watch those who flinch from the light.
So the guild is still active, even after Baskerville's arrest?
That's right. Just like how Ifrid's crew continues their piracy, even without their captain.
So you're the contact?
What may I help you with?
I want to know what Artorias is planning.
Information such as that, it won't come cheap. I have here a list of jobs, not one remotely legal. Take care of all of them, and I'll tell you what you want to know. Take this with you as documentation. It's fake, but it's a good fake. It'll hold up to inspection.
It's registered to Mogulu's menagerie?
Oh? Was that not the name you gave to the guard at the gate?
I can see you're a group to be reckoned with.
Report back here once you're finished. However, be aware that should you fail...
Then this conversation never took place. Got it. I'll cause you no trouble.
I appreciate your understanding. You're welcome to stay the night, free of charge. Forget about work until the morning comes.
Wow, they got shady real fast.
Right. You're missing Captain Ifrid. The captain has done much toward our viability. I promise that I'll share anything I hear about him for no charge.
Thanks. All we know is there was a pendulum on the ground at the last place he was seen. And that Legate Melchior is connected to the captain's disappearance. How? We don't know.
Sounds like you've got problems of your own. Do you really have time to take on ours as well?
I could ask you why you've tied yourself up with Velvet.
Me? I've got a debt to repay. Without her, there's no way I'd have ever found my blade again.
A demon repaying a debt? Ridiculous.
As ridiculous as a pirate Moloch, you think?
True.
No matter how you look at it, there's nothing reasonable about our rogue existence. And in this brave new world governed by reason, a rogue can either rage and become a monster like me,
or band together with others. Like a ship full of pirates, perhaps.
Exactly. I admire Velvet's courage, squaring off against the whole world on her own. If you can accomplish that, it takes strength, real strength. And I'm curious where it comes from.
So you're doing it for yourself after all?
Is that so wrong?
No. I'm the same. I need allies on my side, with the strength and courage to combat this so-called order imposed by the Abbey. But anyone who's willing to put up with the creed folly of Ifrid's pirates has to be an even bigger fool than we are. So I'm like you. I want to know how deep her foolishness goes.
She'd kill you if she heard that, you know.
It's a compliment. Fools that big aren't born every day.
Aha. And I imagine your dear Captain Eifried's much the same.
Aye. That man flies his full flag proudly.
All the drinks, man. All the drinks.
The shepherd Artorius, He's got the populace eating from the palm of his hand. I wonder... Just how deeply will the fangs of our would-be tragic heroine scar this broken world of ours? I've got a traitor to find, but in the meantime, this should be a good show.
Got a new recipe, nice.
A kind face for such a hard woman.
She knew about me and our cover. She's got ears everywhere.
And that's not all. She called the papers fake, but they're not.
So she's got spies working on the inside, too.
I heard that her predecessor, Baskerville, was a monument against authority. To think he was executed.
They've lost their leader, but remain unconquered. Not an organization to trifle with.
That's how they have to be to take on the Abbey. We'd better succeed on our missions, and not just to get the information we need.
Yeah. Besides, I'd like to get another of those drinks, too.
You're a man of taste. That place always has the best.
You'd better work hard, too, if you want more Mabo curry.
I will.
So, somebody needs to ambush the Royal Medical Society on the Danan Highway.
The Royal Medical Society is a group of doctors that travel around healing the sick.
They're funded by donations given by ordinary folk.
Why would anyone attack them?
Don't ask me. Some people are just twisted.
And why would an underworld group defend them?
Who knows? Something to do with the attackers, perhaps?
Let's do it.
That ceremony was simply fantastic. Lord Artorius' speech was brilliant, of course, but Prince Percival was really something too. He raises up Artorius to help the country and its people, then willingly steps down. Now that's what I call a king.
You think so? Well, to me, he just looks like a wimp.
He may look that way, but he has a great inner strength. He's excelled as a scholar and a leader since he was young. His only hobby is falconry, but sadly I hear he hasn't had the time for it lately.
You seem like a big supporter of his.
Well, he's got 2 younger brothers, but just between you and me, they're dolts. Worse, they hang with a bad crowd. If anything were to happen to Prince Percival, the future of Midgand would be bleak.
I see. So everyone's hopes are riding on him then.
Which means Midgand's vulnerable without him.
Oh.
Greetings, Magilou's menagerie. You've come to exactly the right place.
You must be a Bloodwing. What do you want?
You already know about the Code Red demons, right?
The really strong demons the Abbey wants gone? Yeah.
Would you ever consider hunting them down for us? We'll reward you properly.
Reward? Why pay us when the Abbey would do it for free?
It's complicated. The Abbey is calculating in their deployments, especially where Code Red demons are concerned.
I get it. They'll only act if they determine the demon would cause more harm. than the losses they'd incur in battling it. That does seem logical.
But sometimes people have lost a loved one to such a demon. Or sometimes they have a connection to the person the demon used to be. Wherever there's a code red demon, you can bet there are people willing to pay good money to have it killed.
And let me guess, that's where the Bloodwings come in.
Exactly. There are Bloodwings all throughout Midgant who have information on these code red demons. If you defeat a demon and report back to my comrades, they'll make sure you're well compensated.
All right, I understand. But I won't make any promises.
That's fine. No sense in drawing up a contract when the hunter probably won't survive anyway. If you get results, let us know. We'll hold up our end. That being said, I'd feel guilty if I didn't help out at least a little, so here, take this.
Those Bloodwings are definitely a rough crowd.
To be fair, things are never that straightforward when you're dealing with demons.
All that matters is that there's something in it for us if we hunt those code red demons. The only thing better than fighting formidable foes is getting paid for it.
Just remember that these code red demons are tough enough to make the Abbey shiver. We'd be wise not to underestimate them.
We should talk to those Bloodwings before considering any of the marks. They might have information that will help us prepare.
Yeah, and we better remember to upgrade our equipment.
Right.
Yep. Really?
Don't waste my time.
Hold up! Too slow!
Come on, really?
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons. Hey, Laphicet.
What is it, Rokuro?
Mabo curry.
Huh? Oh.
You're an interesting one. You like Mabo curry that much, huh?
It smells good. And it's creamy and kind of spicy. Eating it made me feel nice.
I'd say you love it then. Do all Malakim have such an appetite?
Each has their own tastes. Some eat a lot, some eat a little. Just like humans or demons.
What do you like, Aizen?
Drinks, I suppose.
What else?
Pretty much just drinks.
Don't you like anything else?
Is it a problem if I don't?
No. I'm just wondering.
For me, it's drinks and candied sweet potatoes.
That's where you boil strips of sweet potato in oil and then coat them in sugar, right?
Yeah, I never get tired of them.
So you like to drink, but you've also got a sweet tooth?
Yeah. Is that so strange?
No.
Candied sweet potatoes. Sounds good.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just a sign that you're alive, remember?
Right.
It's funny because my stomach's rumbling too.
Take a look at this. Well, well.
Nice.
Now here's a fine haul. Scout ship setting sail.
A pendant? Nothing of any worth to me.
Not really a fleet. They're commandeering our older ship to like do like scouting missions and stuff.
Hey! Get out of our way! That's there! That's our food! No escape! Give it up! It's ours! See this? Deception! See this?
So the attackers were demons. I guess that's why they needed us to stop the attack.
The doctors?
Looks like they ran off. It appears they were after this stuff.
Medicine with the cathedral seal.
That scarf, did that belong to the attackers?
Yeah, all three were wearing them. Does it mean something?
They were just demons. Aggressive ones who attack the innocent.
The job is done. Time to leave.
Oh man. I've been going for 8 hours. Well, 9 hours. Holy crap. I think we're gonna call it there for now, guys. I am hungry. I need to use the restroom and all other stuff. No, I appreciate everybody being here, hanging out with me. You guys are awesome. So I'm going to send you guys over to my friend Cosmocordia. She's streaming some Legend of Zelda Link to the Past Randomizer. Give her some love, give her a follow. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll probably do some more Tales, depending on how long the upload speed keeps us up. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you guys then. Take care, friends.